Howdy. Thank you for joining us for our 2026 Worldwide Muster Roll Call. Muster is the most sacred of all of our Aggie traditions, reminding us that Aggies today will gather in hundreds of locations around the world in groups large and small and answer here for their friends and family. Each of those events will call a partial list with the names of Aggies we have lost since our previous muster, a list of names meaningful to that area and to the people attending each local muster. Our worldwide roll call is a comprehensive roll call, inclusive of the names called at each of our local musters, plus many more. It is the only muster that calls every name on the annual roll of deceased Aggies. We are grateful for the over 90 volunteers who are joining us today. The association is proud to present this worldwide muster roll call live from the Clayton W. Williams Jr. Alumni Center on the campus of Texas A&M University. By doing so, we uphold our solemn commitment to mark our fellow Aggies present in our hearts. And as you join us in answering here, may you continue our noble tradition of muster and assure the world that the Aggie spirit endures. Thank you for your unending support of Texas A&M and Texas Aggies.
Roll call for the absent by Dr. John Aston, class of 1906. In many lands and climes this April day, proud sons of Texas A&M unite. Our loyalty to country school we pay, and seal our pact with bond of common might. We live again those happy days of yore, on campus, field, in classroom, hall, at drill. Fond memories bring a sigh, but nothing more. Now we are men, and life is one great thrill. On Fortress Isle 83 years ago today, a group of gallant Aggies, led by Moore, held simple rites which to us all doth say, the spirit shall prevail o'er cannon's roar. They thought of home, and we all hold most dear. Where are they now, these boys we knew so well? Ask of the wind, let smile repress a tear. Think only of their glory when they fell. Corregidor, however, forever more a hallowed name to countless sons of Texas yet unborn. Symbolic like it stands for deathless fame, a shrine sublime till resurrection morn. Softly call the muster, let comrades answer here. Their spirit hover round us as if to bring us cheer. Mark them present in our hearts, we'll meet some other day. There is no death but life etern for heroes such as they.
The 2026 Worldwide Muster Roll Call comprises 2,749 names of Aggies whose deaths were reported to the Association of Former Students since the previous muster. Some of these deaths happened more than a year ago, but the passing was not previously reported, so the name has not been called at a previous Aggie muster. The Worldwide Muster Roll Call will proceed from oldest class year to youngest, followed by the names of some honored faculty, staff, and friends of Texas A&M. Names that are initially called incorrectly will be called again in a corrections segment at the end. For help finding a specific name in this roll call, please visit tx.ag/2026 directory.
W.S. Fairchild, class of 1917.
Here.
Herbert G. Foster, class of 1918.
Here.
H.R. Wood, class of 1919.
Here.
Carrie N. Smith, class of 1934.
Here.
Albert Lewis David, class of 1935. Carl R.V. Hill, class of 1935. William G. Hilly, class of 1935. Dr. Mohammed Fazlur Qazi, class of 1935. James D. Smith, class of 1935. Sung Won Yoon, class of 1935. M. Garza Alcalde, class of 1936. Dr. Richard K. Allen, class of 1936. Luther J. Atkinson, class of 1936. Harold J. Bearden, class of 1936. James E. Boots, Jr., class of 1936. Charles Russell Carney, class of 1936. Melvin L. Cowan, class of 1936. Claude V. Cox, class of 1936. James J. Deal, class of 1936. Russell Burley Hagan, class of 1936. Albert Charles Harshke, class of 1936. James M. Houston, class of 1936. Paul Herbert Lessig, class of 1936. Lorraine K. Miller, class of 1936. Claude Moore, class of 1936. Herbert H. Nordsiek, class of 1936. Ernest J. Owen, class of 1936. John M. Ragsdale, class of 1936. Charles K. Scott, class of 1936. Crawford Wells Scott, class of 1936. Victor E. Skolnick, class of 1936. Joseph G. Smith, class of 1936. Robert Long Smith, class of 1936. Claude W. Underwood, class of 1936. Hoyt Reed Warren, class of 1936.
Curtis L. Wilson, class of 1936. Alfred P. Wright, class of 1936. Roger E. Wright, class of 1936. Reverend Paul Austin Young, class of 1936. George R.B. Barham, class of 1937. Charles Lively Bird, class of 1937. Claude C. Carpenter, class of 1937. Dr. Gabriel F. Cassell, class of 1937. Joe W. Cherry, class of 1937. Chudley B. Cochran, class of 1937. Samuel L. Ager, class of 1937. Paul C. Evans, class of 1937. Richard M. Flippo, class of 1937. Cecil M. Francis, class of 1937. Thomas Edward Gardner, Jr., class of 1937. Neil Brewer Garrett, class of 1937. Robert B. Glasgow, class of 1937. Samuel Mendel Greenberg, class of 1937. James A. Hall, class of 1937.
Here.
James H. Hilton, class of 1937.
Here.
Dr. Bryant R. Holland, class of 1937.
Here.
Captain Burton E. Hull, Jr., class of 1937.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Homer Alman Husky, class of 1937.
Here.
Ben H. Limburg, class of 1937.
Here.
Louis P. Lahamadou, class of 1937.
Here.
Edward B. Nicholson, class of 1937.
Here.
Harry Lawrence Piers, class of 1937.
Here.
Ollie P. Rolfe, class of 1937.
Here.
Merle R. Sachs, class of 1937.
Here.
Robert Dayton Ship, class of 1937.
Here.
Carlos Luis A. Sierra, class of 1937.
Here.
Joseph C. Smith, class of 1937.
Here.
Hal McAllen Sullenberger, class of 1937.
Here.
Edward Holden Sullivan, class of 1937.
Here.
Max B. Toline, class of 1937.
Here.
Morris Allen Wilcox, class of 1937.
Here.
Floyd Mack Wilkes, class of 1937.
Here.
Mac William Wise, class of 1937.
Here.
John T. Bailey, class of 1938.
Here.
Charles Henry Bell, class of 1938.
Here.
Clifton C. Bowen, class of 1938.
Here.
John B. Box, class of 1938.
Here.
William Philip Brennan, Jr., class of 1938.
Here.
Joe H. Campbell, class of 1938.
Here.
Ta Chang, class of 1938.
Here.
Ira Bragg Duck, Jr., class of 1938.
Here.
Dr. John Willis Evans, class of 1938.
Here.
Oscar Franklin Forrester, Jr., class of 1938.
Here.
Lawrence Freeman, class of 1938.
Here.
Robert Hernandez, class of 1938.
Here.
Hoke Higdon, class of 1938.
Here.
Howard Blassingame Hill, class of 1938.
Here.
James H. Hill, class of 1938.
Here.
Sam Duffy Hinton, class of 1938.
Here.
Joe N. Howard, class of 1938.
Here.
William Edward Hubbard, class of 1938.
Here.
Robert L. Jones, class of 1938.
Here.
Wayne Lee Little, class of 1938.
Here.
Antonio C. Malo, class of 1938.
Here.
Mateo Ortiz, Jr., class of 1938.
Here.
Richard Roberts Pruitt, class of 1938.
Here.
Chester Allen Price, class of 1938.
Here.
Oscar T. Ryan, class of 1938.
Here.
Roberto G. Sada, Jr., class of 1938.
Here.
Floyd L. Scott, Jr., class of 1938.
Here.
James E. Shepler, class of 1938.
Here.
Charles William Smith, class of 1938.
Here.
Charles E. Stant, Jr., class of 1938.
Here.
Donald W. Sweeten, class of 1938.
Here.
Harvey G. Swift, class of 1938.
Here.
Major James A. Watson, class of 1938.
Here.
Daniel E. West, class of 1938.
Here.
Ollie C. Whitehead, class of 1938.
Here.
Edgar H. Wharton, Jr., class of 1938.
Here.
Arthur P. Widlake, class of 1938.
Here.
K. Robert Williams, class of 1938.
Here.
Reese Mel Wilson, class of 1938.
Here.
Cecil Orrin Windsor, class of 1938.
Here.
Dr. Joseph Bartholomew Adams, class of 1939.
Here.
Alfonso Arzuaga, class of 1939.
Here.
Elmer Louis Bowie, class of 1939.
Here.
Calvin Ernest Koch, Jr., class of 1939.
Here.
Colonel Robert Edward Collier, Sr., class of 1939.
Here.
Jean Francis Devine, class of 1939.
Here.
Walter Kennedy Giesecke, class of 1939.
Here.
Robert Ayton Greenhall, Jr., class of 1939.
Here.
Bryant T. Hill, class of 1939.
Here.
Billy Duncan Holmes, class of 1939.
Here.
Benjamin Harrison Horton, class of 1939.
Here.
John Hafaker, class of 1939.
Here.
Dr. Akridge C. Hunter, class of 1939.
Here.
Daniel C. Kennedy, Jr., class of 1939.
Here.
Arthur Medlin Martin, class of 1939.
Here.
Orrin E. Mullins, class of 1939.
Here.
Lawrence Chester Neese, class of 1939.
Here.
James Scott Norwood, class of 1939.
Here.
Manuel Joseph Pipser, class of 1939.
Here.
William Edward Pump, class of 1939.
Here.
Moscow Kazan Richmond, class of 1939.
Here.
Wallace Wright Scales, class of 1939.
Here.
Everett McKnight Sloan, class of 1939.
Here.
Elbert Day Steele, class of 1939.
Here.
Joseph Frank Tabor, Jr., class of 1939.
Here.
Sponey Elmore Teef, Jr., class of 1939.
Here.
Woodrow Wilson Vaughn, class of 1939.
Here.
Whitby Foster Wise III, class of 1939.
Here.
Abner Wilkes Berry, class of 1940.
Here.
Captain William E. Borders, class of 1940.
Here.
William R. Bray, class of 1940.
Here.
Dr. Vestal Henry Caraway, class of 1940.
Here.
Anthony Cavill Kaufman, class of 1940.
Here.
Charles Butler Dominy, class of 1940.
Here.
Earl Howard Douglas, class of 1940.
Here.
Woodrow Hall Eccles, class of 1940.
Here.
Milton Antle Goldman, class of 1940.
Here.
Lewis Marvin Grover, class of 1940.
Here.
Philip Wilkerson Harrell, class of 1940.
Here.
Major Albert Kenneth Harvin, class of 1940.
Here.
Martin Ebert, Jr., class of 1940.
Here.
Major John Hickman Hensley, class of 1940.
Here.
Howard Gilmore Hitchcock, class of 1940.
Here.
Bernard W. Hudgens, class of 1940.
Here.
Captain Richard James Jeppesen, class of 1940.
Here.
Charles Henry Johnson, class of 1940.
Here.
Jack W. Kay, class of 1940.
Here.
Carl G. Krager, class of 1940.
Here.
Frederick Darrow Langdale, class of 1940.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Archie Miller McFarland, class of 1940.
Here.
William Henry Oswald III, class of 1940.
Here.
Alvin Doxey Paget, class of 1940.
Here.
Henry Hal Panter, class of 1940.
Here. Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Layman William Ron, class of 1940.
Here.
J. Frank Rogers, class of 1940.
Here.
William O. Sadler, class of 1940.
Here.
Dr. William T. Shalkop, class of 1940.
Here.
Shelton Leonard Shipman, class of 1940.
Here.
Garrison Pixley Smith, class of 1940.
Here.
Edward Neal Sowell Sr., class of 1940.
Here.
Fred Truman Todd, class of 1940.
Here.
Leonard John Worley, class of 1940.
Here.
George C. Uni, class of 1940.
Here.
Fred M. Allison, Jr., class of 1941.
Here.
Donald Kennedy Andrews, Jr., class of 1941.
Here.
Carl Denman Bate, class of 1941.
Here.
Dr. Alfred Isidore Bernkrant, class of 1941.
Here.
Jack Boxer, class of 1941.
Here.
Richard Pierce Buckingham III, class of 1941.
Here.
Chris Taylor Button, Jr., class of 1941.
Here.
Major Fred Edward Castro, class of 1941.
Here.
Kenneth Hines Chandler, class of 1941.
Here.
Milo Lawson Cox, class of 1941.
Here.
Robert Ellington DeLong, class of 1941.
Here.
Logan Lyle Drybelbus, class of 1941.
Here.
Victor William Ellers, class of 1941.
Here.
Frederick William Innen, class of 1941.
Here.
Alma Lamar Esplin, class of 1941.
Here.
Archer Allen Foreman, class of 1941.
Here.
Patrick W. Frazier, class of 1941.
Here.
James Blandon Frost, class of 1941.
Here.
Lynn Howard Grasshoff, class of 1941.
Here.
George T. Gregg, class of 1941.
Here.
Joseph Leonard Gross, Jr., class of 1941.
Here.
Durward Allen Gunn, class of 1941.
Here.
Charlie C. Hargrove, class of 1941.
Here.
Earl Edwin Harrison, class of 1941.
Here.
William Jack Herring, class of 1941.
Here.
Dr. Robert Arnold Henson, class of 1941.
Here.
Harold R. Hodges, class of 1941.
Here.
Doyle T. Horton, class of 1941.
Here.
David Quinton Isaacs, Sr., class of 1941.
Here.
Vincent O. Johnson, class of 1941.
Here.
Joe Paul Jones, class of 1941.
Here.
Obadiah Ray Landers, Jr., class of 1941.
Here.
Sidney Crane Lord, Jr., class of 1941.
Here.
Newton Marion Maddox, II, class of 1941.
Here.
Christopher R. Matchett, class of 1941.
Here.
Dr. Robert G. Metheny, class of 1941.
Here.
Irving Dyson McKee, class of 1941.
Here.
John Thomas Morgan, class of 1941.
Here.
Walter C. Nestor, class of 1941.
Here.
Ward Bullock Pillow, class of 1941.
Here.
Milton Kotzebue Rethke, class of 1941.
Here.
Eamon Judson Robinson, class of 1941.
Here.
Cletus Offord Rogers, class of 1941.
Here.
William Siren Simmons, class of 1941.
Here.
Ernest Leonard Streb, class of 1941.
Here.
Seymour Robert Taylor, class of 1941.
Here.
Maynard Hunt Timmons, class of 1941.
Here.
Richard Lovick Jurgen, class of 1941.
Here.
Harry William Orfman, class of 1942.
Here.
Samuel Risco, class of 1942.
Here.
Robert W. Bagley, class of 1942.
Here.
Sergeant George Richard Barrow, class of 1942.
Here.
Dr. Jack Jacob Blankfield, class of 1942.
Here.
Robert Bernard Cowley, class of 1942.
Here.
Adrian Basil Crimmins, class of 1942.
Here.
William E. Danver, Jr., class of 1942.
Here.
David Merriweather Donaldson, class of 1942.
Here.
Colonel William Thomas Doyle, Jr., class of 1942.
Here.
William Henry Frobes, class of 1942.
Here.
Sam Bell Gatewood, Jr., class of 1942.
Here.
Kelly Austin Gray, class of 1942.
Here.
Harold Jaroslad Hibernal, class of 1942.
Here.
Jackson B. Hearn, class of 1942.
Here.
Thomas Lenz Halloway, Sr., class of 1942.
Here.
Commander Robert Marshall Hunt, class of 1942.
Here.
Weldon Thomas Johnson, class of 1942.
Here.
Clovis T. King, class of 1942.
Here.
Edwin O. Lehman, class of 1942.
Here.
Porter Little, class of 1942.
Here.
Colonel Albert P. Lovelady, class of 1942.
Here.
William Powell Morosky, class of 1942.
Here.
Jefferson W. Mitchell, class of 1942.
Here.
Dr. Vernon Stephen Minat, class of 1942.
Here.
Erwin Naborny, class of 1942.
Here.
Lyman Edward Offinger, class of 1942.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel John Edwin Patterson, class of 1942.
Here.
Bruce Earl Pettit, class of 1942.
Here.
Leroy Wilson Shave, class of 1942.
Here.
James Mitchell Sinex, class of 1942.
Here.
Gordon Lowell Smith, class of 1942.
Here.
Jack A. Smith, class of 1942.
Here.
James Adair Stevens, class of 1942.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Norman M. Stevens, class of 1942.
Here.
James Harold Stone, class of 1942.
Here.
Jefferson Thompson Story, Jr., class of 1942.
Here.
Charles Harris Tidwell, class of 1942.
Here.
Edward Moji Tokunaga, class of 1942.
Here.
Travis Newsom Turner, class of 1942.
Here.
Craddock Marion Ulmer, class of 1942.
Here.
Edward Warren Wakeland, class of 1942.
Here.
Guy Clifton Walker, class of 1942.
Here.
Leslie E. York, class of 1942.
Here.
Hal Arthur Andrews, class of 1943.
Here.
Dr. August Clyde Baranti, class of 1943.
Here.
Reverend Dr. Ray Odell Brooks, class of 1943.
Here.
Alan Braden Canfield, class of 1943.
Here.
James Randall Covington, Jr., class of 1943.
Here.
Dr. Paul Harry Dowell, Jr., class of 1943.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Charles Henry Dreyer, Jr., class of 1943.
Here.
Louis Alonzo Follensby, class of 1943.
Here.
James Everett McCashin III, class of 1943.
Here.
William Henry Mullins, Jr., class of 1943.
Here.
Lonnie Riley Jr., class of 1943.
Here.
Nathan A. Stedman III, class of 1943.
Here.
Clifton E. Storm Jr., class of 1943.
Here.
Merton Dick Van Orden, class of 1943.
Here.
Robert Paul Watson, class of 1943.
Here.
Elmo Lynn Bell, class of 1944.
Here.
Carbon Eston Choate, class of 1944.
Here.
Guy Head Heron Jr., class of 1944.
Here.
Carl Scott Helsell Jr., class of 1944.
Here.
Lowell Clarence Maxwell, class of 1944.
Here.
Major Joe Keith Pinkston, class of 1944.
Here.
Maurice Joseph Shahadi, class of 1944.
Here.
Wallace Fear Tate, class of 1944.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Leighton Neil Walker, class of 1944.
Here.
George Maurice Wunderlich, class of 1944.
Here.
Ray Foster Youngblood, class of 1944.
Here.
Basil Ard Brockles Jr., class of 1945.
Here.
William Leo Dowdy, class of 1945.
Here.
Reverend John Stone Jenkins, class of 1945.
Here.
Alvin Henry Kuhlman, class of 1945.
Here.
Joseph Mayer Mertz, class of 1945.
Here.
Henry Robert Sandler, class of 1945.
Here.
Jasper Harold Sykes, class of 1945.
Here.
Wyville Thomas Williams Jr., class of 1945.
Here.
Major Fayette Loomis Worthington, class of 1945.
Here.
Oscar Sherman Wyatt, Jr., class of 1945.
Here.
Dr. Charles Weldon Yantis, class of 1945.
Here.
Newell Ellsworth Boughton, Jr., class of 1946.
Here.
Robert Philip Gottlieb, class of 1946.
Here.
James Walker Haney, class of 1946.
Here.
Lieutenant General John Harrison Miller, class of 1946.
Here.
Charles Truett Parrish, Sr., class of 1946.
Here.
Jack Lewis Roger, class of 1946.
Here.
David Pryor Addix, class of 1947.
Here.
Durward Richard Anderson, class of 1947.
Here.
Richard P. Bates, class of 1947.
Here.
Charles Truett Borns, class of 1947.
Here.
Captain Sims Gerald Dildy, class of 1947.
Here.
Dwayne Ernest Hubner, class of 1947.
Here.
George Rudolph Jackson, class of 1947.
Here.
Leonard Disdale Jeffrey, class of 1947. Harvey James Johnson, class of 1947. Robert Arthur Johnston, class of 1947. Harvey Phillips Kimbrough, Jr., class of 1947. George Gerald Kirchhoff, class of 1947. Roger Burton Letts, class of 1947. Melvin Maltz, class of 1947. Here. Bob A. McAllister, class of 1947. James Lewis Mertz, class of 1947. Here. James Sidney Moore, class of 1947. Sam William Noto, Jr., class of 1947. Louis Dwayne Puckett, class of 1947. Robert Langdon Baleo, class of 1948. J. Clark Carnahan, Jr., class of 1948. Leon C. Groves, class of 1948.
Here.
H. Dexter Jones, class of 1948.
Here.
Sam Paul Kimmick, Jr., class of 1948.
Here.
Daniel Joseph Longsair, class of 1948.
Here.
Ciro Fernando Peña, class of 1948.
Here.
Max Plager III, class of 1948. Here. John K. Skidmore, class of 1948.
Here.
Joe Julius Sula, Jr., class of 1948.
Here.
James P. Taylor, class of 1948.
Here.
Robert J. Weiler, class of 1948.
Here.
Dale Denton Allen, class of 1949.
Here.
Richard Irving Alterman, class of 1949.
Here.
James Garfield Andrew, class of 1949.
Here.
Bill Gene Bachman, class of 1949.
Here.
James Clinton Brown, Jr., class of 1949.
Here.
Albert Johnny Bush, Jr., class of 1949.
Here.
Hyatt Cheek, Jr., class of 1949.
Here.
Harold Virgil Eads, class of 1949. Here. James Boyd Fricks, Sr., class of 1949.
Here.
Edgar Reinald Gomer, class of 1949.
Here.
Reverend Thomas Sterling Holcomb, class of 1949.
Here.
Ernie Cochran Hughes, Jr., class of 1949.
Here.
Samuel Franklin Jackson, class of 1949.
Here.
John Graves Killebrew, class of 1949.
Here.
James Edwin Kirkland, class of 1949.
Here.
Paul Clifton Coomey, class of 1949.
Here.
Walter Lee Cram, class of 1949.
Here.
Edgar Nelson Langley, class of 1949.
Here.
Norton Lovell, class of 1949.
Here.
Philip Wells McDaniel III, class of 1949.
Here.
Elsie Allen Nichols, class of 1949.
Here.
John Edmund Orr, class of 1949.
Here.
Gordon White Parkhill, Jr., class of 1949.
Here.
Paul Eldon Petrovsky, class of 1949.
Here.
James McCall Pointer, class of 1949.
Here.
Julian E. Presley, class of 1949.
Here.
Carl Eugene Ray, class of 1949.
Here.
Dr. Edward Clarence Sacker, class of 1949.
Here.
Darrell H. Schmars, class of 1949.
Here.
Jerry Alexander Spencer, class of 1949.
Here.
Dr. Wynan Clyde Stewart, class of 1949.
Here.
James Donald Tittle, class of 1949.
Here.
Lawrence Madison Vaughn, class of 1949.
Here.
Jack Blasdale Wade, class of 1949.
Here.
Morris Levon White, class of 1949.
Here.
Paul Willis Wood, Jr., class of 1949.
Here.
Charles W. Black, class of 1950.
Here.
Lovin Eugene Blanton, Jr., class of 1950.
Here.
Cranfill Allen Carlton, class of 1950.
Here.
Clarence Alfred Christ, class of 1950.
Here.
Donald Ray Dietz, class of 1950.
Here.
Dr. Charles Joseph Fox, class of 1950.
Here.
Solly Freed, class of 1950.
Here.
Rudolph L. Gillieu, class of 1950.
Here.
Robert Lubob Hedrick, class of 1950.
Here.
James Warren Horrell, class of 1950.
Here.
Daniel Frank Rakovi, class of 1950.
Here.
John Lewis Hunt, class of 1950.
Here.
Herbert Hoover Cadane, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Raymond Boyer Ledley, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
James Maddox Jr., class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Charles Edwin Martin, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Arturo Paz Martinez, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Luis Everett McBee, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Billy Vernon McDaniel, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Alton Edwin Miller, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Dr. Jarvis Ernest Miller, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Charles Edward Neely, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Jerry Wallace Nix, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Aristotle Theodore Pappas, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Leon Nelson Stone, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
William Pritchard Taylor, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Colonel Arthur Herbert Went, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Dr. John A. Williamson, class of 1950.
Here.
Here.
Commander Joe Louis Akaji, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
Bertram Eric Beecroft, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
Donald Donman DeBoard, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Raymond H. Falke, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
Dorwin D. Hill, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
Sherman Henry Hink, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
Major Scott M. Lamberth, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
Donald Edward Knapp, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
Don Allen Norton, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
James Mitchell Pace, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
James Walter Porter Jr., class of 1951.
Here.
George Maxwell Rollins, class of 1951.
Here.
Here.
Leon David Ross, class of 1951.
Here.
Thomas Harvey Reuter III, class of 1951.
Here.
C.L. Wade, class of 1951.
Here.
John Edwin Wakefield, class of 1951.
Here.
Clyde Lee Wright Jr., class of 1951.
Here.
Gerard John Albert, class of 1952.
Here.
Werner Elroy Bippert, class of 1952.
Here.
Dr. Noel Allen Bryan, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Carl Roy Clinton, class of 1952.
Here.
Don Ray Crook, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Harold William Davis, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Adolph Frederick Dittman, Jr., class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Rodney Hawthorne East, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
J. Ralph Ellis, Jr., class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Reverend Richard Lee Freeman, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
John E. Graves, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
John Harper Hancock, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
William George Hollowell, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Guy David King, Jr., class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
George William Lang, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
James Mormon Lacoste, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Robert Kenneth McCarty, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Kenneth Clyde McCormick, Sr., class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Melvin Malone Mitchell, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Thomas Morris Nanny, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Charles Joseph Offerstenny, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Ted Pritchard Polk, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Grady Lee Smallwood, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Archie Stallings, Jr., class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Ted M. Stevens, class of 1952.
Here.
Major General John Herbert Story, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Charles Arnold Wacker, class of 1952.
Here.
John Henry Wallace, Jr., class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
John Calvin Wilson, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Gene Adams Witherspoon, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Jimmy Howard Work, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Ralph Aaron Yates, class of 1952.
Here.
Here.
Gus Alder Becker, Jr., class of 1953.
Here.
Here.
Claude Eugene Bird, class of 1953.
Here.
Here.
B. Jean Carter, class of 1953.
Here.
Major James Albert Earl III, class of 1953.
Here.
Alvin B. Eisenberg, class of 1953.
Here.
James Marion Jim Eller Jr., class of 1953.
Here.
Victor William Gillette Jr., class of 1953.
Here.
Dr. Charles Wesley Graham, class of 1953.
Here.
Carlos Juvenal Gutierrez, class of 1953.
Here.
Boyd Lynn Hamilton, class of 1953.
Here.
Walter R. Hill, class of 1953.
Here.
Robert Haywood Hoppy, class of 1953.
Here.
John Frederick Huppertz, class of 1953.
Here.
Henry Wilson Incy Jr., class of 1953.
Here.
Alois James Yeager, class of 1953.
Here.
Raymond Lee Kinney, class of 1953.
Here.
Donald Emmerich C. Leonards, class of 1953.
Here.
Carlos Elder Mann, class of 1953.
Here.
Alan Grace McCarty, class of 1953.
Here.
Clarence Eugene McConaughey, class of 1953.
Here.
Will Rogers Medlin, class of 1953.
Here.
Richard A. Newman, class of 1953.
Here.
James Dudley Parrish, Jr., class of 1953.
Here.
Daniel Anthony Pedrati, class of 1953.
Here.
Alton Ray Pyburn, class of 1953.
Here.
Dr. Bobby Joe Rankin, class of 1953.
Here.
Thomas Lewis Rapp, class of 1953.
Here.
Hans Paul Schultz, Jr., class of 1953.
Here.
Dr. James M. Shelton, class of 1953.
Here.
Colonel Ted Lewis Skeens, class of 1953.
Here.
Colonel Philip Dean Schneider, class of 1953.
Here.
Colonel Brian Stolting Spencer, class of 1953.
Here.
Conrad Andrew Straylaw, class of 1953.
Here.
Betty L. Tompkins, class of 1953.
Here.
Hanno Fritz Welch, Jr., class of 1953.
Here.
Eugene Hay Jean Zesch, class of 1953.
Here.
Samuel J. Albin, class of 1954.
Here.
David Laverne Allen, class of 1954.
Here.
Fernando Anato Betancourt, class of 1954.
Here.
Dr. James Ratliff Arledge, class of 1954.
Here.
Lamont Leon Bennett, Jr., class of 1954.
Here.
Major Worth Martin Blake, class of 1954.
Here.
Sidney Alfred Boudreau, class of 1954.
Here.
Bill R. Brooks, class of 1954.
Here.
Dr. Herman Martin Bruckner, class of 1954.
Here.
Washoe T. Bootany, class of 1954.
Here.
David Earl Clark, Jr., class of 1954.
Here.
William Lee Crawford, class of 1954.
Here.
John Henry Crow, class of 1954.
Here.
Walter Perry Davis, class of 1954.
Here.
Tom Edward Gaines, class of 1954.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Ernest Kyle Grooney, Jr., class of 1954.
Here.
Benny Miles Ham, class of 1954.
Here.
Dr. John Earl Hildebrand, class of 1954.
Here.
Dr. Marcus Andrew Holscher, class of 1954.
Here.
Alton Lloyd Holtz, class of 1954.
Here.
Andrew Creenan Hudson, class of 1954.
Here.
Marcus H. Juneman, class of 1954.
Here.
Robert Linvite, class of 1954.
Here.
Robert Edward Manor, class of 1954.
Here.
Carl J. Marshall, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Joe Bill McAllister, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
James Samuel Milligan, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Charles Howard Mitty, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Guy Sumner Moore, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Evert Outlaw, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
William Robert Pickens III, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Dr. Thomas Alfred Richard, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Charles Edward Roberts, class of 1954.
Here.
James Thomas Roberts, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Donald George Satterwhite, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
James George Schneider, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
William Dean Terry, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Reverend Thomas Durrell Theriot, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Colonel John Francis Van Wert, Jr., class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Frank Anthony Vitrano, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
John Virgil Walter, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Elmer Dwayne Westfall, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Harry Douglas Wright, class of 1954.
Here.
Here.
Alfredo Lionel Abeta, class of 1955.
Here.
Here.
Pedro Aguirre Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Here.
Dr. Theodore G. Anthony, class of 1955.
Here.
Here.
Dr. Charles Eugene Baker, class of 1955.
Here.
Ray Reed Barrett Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Here.
David Arley Bass, Sr., class of 1955.
Here.
The Honorable James William Bass, Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Jimmy Ray Bell, class of 1955.
Here.
Earl Bentley Boykin, Sr., class of 1955.
Here.
Robert Travis Bradbury, Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Bruce McDonald Carswell, class of 1955.
Here.
Henry Franklin Clark, class of 1955.
Here.
James Robert Coleman, class of 1955.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel David Dean Cooper, class of 1955.
Here.
Jack Guy Courtney, class of 1955.
Here.
Theodore Trigg Kroom, class of 1955.
Here.
James Roy Jim DeSlat, class of 1955.
Here.
Stanley Arthur Dutcher, class of 1955.
Here.
Charles Aaron Edwards, class of 1955.
Here.
Leo Travis Effenberger, class of 1955.
Here.
John Ayala Flores, class of 1955.
Here.
Dr. Roy David Gall, class of 1955.
Here.
Colonel Paul Edward Gentry, class of 1955.
Here.
James Lewis Guyton, class of 1955.
Here.
Samuel Haddad, class of 1955.
Here.
Commander Thomas Joseph Hall, class of 1955.
Here.
James Henry Harrison, class of 1955.
Here.
William Frank Havelka, class of 1955.
Here.
Alan Ray Heimer, class of 1955.
Here.
William LaPrince Hudel, class of 1955.
Here.
Dan Wayne Humphrey, class of 1955.
Here.
Donald Eugene Hunn, class of 1955.
Here.
Neil Isbell, class of 1955.
Here.
Jerry Dean Kosoff, class of 1955.
Here.
Jean Holman King, class of 1955.
Here.
Joe Larry King, class of 1955.
Here.
Major Frank Joseph Linsison, class of 1955.
Here.
Dr. Charles Kenneth Locke, class of 1955.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel John William Marmer, class of 1955.
Here.
James Maxwell McCurley, Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Milton Ray McKinley, class of 1955.
Here.
L. John Milam, class of 1955.
Here.
Dr. Jan Roxy Moore, class of 1955.
Here.
James Arthur Muncie, Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Launcey Albert Parker, Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Robert Wesley Pates, Sr., class of 1955.
Here.
Alton Nathaniel Peck, class of 1955.
Here.
Ben Kirby Rector, class of 1955.
Here.
Etzel A. Rankin, class of 1955.
Here.
Carl William Sauer, Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Dr. Louis Max Scott, class of 1955.
Here.
Carlton Knight Sherman, class of 1955.
Here.
Romaine A. Slabbert, class of 1955.
Here.
Luther Lodi Stapleton, Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Hugo Hilmer Stein, Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Isidro Trevino, class of 1955.
Here.
Kenneth Wayne Wampler, class of 1955.
Here.
Dr. David Robert Webb, Jr., class of 1955.
Here.
Dr. Charlie Dean Williams, class of 1955.
Here.
The Spirit of Muster by Joey Dean, class of 2005.
Here.
For all the Ags who have gone before me, who gave all they had for all I now enjoy, our spirit I faithfully carry forward and try to leave a better world behind. Softly call the muster Ags and raise your candle light. Gone but not forgotten, let him hear that old farmer's fight. Today, my voice is yours as I call here. I stand for fallen heroes, for those I hold most dear.
William Ross Akers, class of 1956.
Here.
Roland Max Binky, class of 1956.
Here.
Nancy Lou Bentley, class of 1956.
Here.
Edwin Leroy Beery, class of 1956.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Tom Wade Brunfield, Jr., class of 1956.
Here.
Reverend Thomas Stewart Kaufman, class of 1956.
Here.
William Crawford Cole, class of 1956.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Cecil Milton Crawford, Jr., class of 1956.
Here.
DeWitt Byram Davidson, Sr., class of 1956.
Here.
Dr. Delbert Eldo Dawson, Jr., class of 1956.
Here.
Dr. Donald Joe Don Diersky, class of 1956.
Here.
Wayne David Dirks, class of 1956.
Here.
Billy Norman Ernst, class of 1956.
Here.
James Alvin Faust, class of 1956.
Here.
Dr. Eugene Ralston Foster, class of 1956.
Here.
Dr. Ronald G. Gardner, class of 1956.
Here.
Jack Keith Gilbert, class of 1956.
Here.
William Thomas Glass, class of 1956.
Here.
William Homer Hopkins, class of 1956.
Here.
Charlie F. Jack, class of 1956.
Here.
Norman Herbert Jacobson, class of 1956.
Here.
Roy L. Johnson, class of 1956.
Here.
John Wilson Kincaid, class of 1956.
Here.
William Alexander Lewis, class of 1956.
Here.
Lowell Wayne Leidecke, class of 1956.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Ernest Harrington Martin, Sr., class of 1956.
Here.
Paul Wayne Mayfield, class of 1956.
Here.
Dr. Charles Emery McCandless, class of 1956.
Here.
Warren Franklin Neal, class of 1956.
Here.
Dr. Walker Britton Porter, class of 1956.
Here.
Robert Manley Putnam, class of 1956.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth W. Richmond, class of 1956.
Here.
Kurt Frederick Schnellenbach, class of 1956.
Here.
Robert Harry Scott, class of 1956.
Here.
Dr. James Wilbert Stansel, class of 1956.
Here.
Kenneth Lloyd Stillhammer, class of 1956.
Here.
Billy Max Story, class of 1956.
Here.
Weldon Wayne Walker, class of 1956.
Here.
Dr. Marion Lester Williams, class of 1956.
Here.
Major Philip Cortez Wright, class of 1956.
Here.
Francis Scott Adams Jr., class of 1957.
Here.
Dr. Richard Warren Elders, class of 1957.
Here.
Ben Edward Ashmore, Sr., class of 1957.
Here.
John Michael Cornwall, class of 1957.
Here.
Major George Robert Crane, class of 1957.
Here.
Richard G. Diltz, class of 1957.
Here.
Luther Paul Dube, class of 1957.
Here.
Dial Matthew Duncan, class of 1957.
Here.
William Ennis Duplantis, Jr., class of 1957.
Here.
Jerry Chris Durbin, class of 1957.
Here.
William Knight Easley, class of 1957.
Here.
Dr. Alfred Leon Fluitt, class of 1957.
Here.
Herman Carl Kadecki, Jr., class of 1957.
Here.
Mike Gorda, Jr., class of 1957.
Here.
Marcellus Gibson Gross, class of 1957.
Here.
Dr. Charles Metz Charlie Heald, Jr., class of 1957.
Here.
Billy Joe Wingfield Hobbs, class of 1957.
Here.
Franklin D. Hulk, class of 1957.
Here.
James Paul Hutchinson, Sr., class of 1957.
Here.
Evan Van Kelt, class of 1957.
Here.
Dr. Albert Max Colher, Sr., class of 1957.
Here.
Charles M. Lanick, class of 1957.
Here.
Larry Edward Lee, class of 1957.
Here.
Gerald Lee Langton, class of 1957.
Here.
Michael Philip Long, Sr., class of 1957.
Here.
Richard Clark Mayle, Sr., class of 1957.
Here.
Charles Clifford Martin, Jr., class of 1957.
Here.
Joseph Lee Maverick, class of 1957.
Here.
Elmer Dale McCullough, class of 1957.
Here.
Edward Brown McCowan, II, class of 1957.
Here.
Frank William Miller, Jr., class of 1957.
Here.
John Carlos Montgomery, class of 1957.
Here.
Harold Dean Moore, class of 1957.
Here.
Colonel James G. Newman, class of 1957.
Here.
John Charles Niemeyer, class of 1957.
Here.
Colonel Nathan Allen Auffield, class of 1957.
Here.
James Morgan Peacock, class of 1957.
Here.
Charles Edward Price, class of 1957.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Eddie Priest, class of 1957.
Here.
Walter Lewis Reno, class of 1957.
Here.
Billy Glenn Renfro, class of 1957.
Here.
Dr. James Arthur Salmon, class of 1957.
Here.
Herschel Donald Sharp, class of 1957.
Here.
Travis Winton Thomas, class of 1957.
Here.
Dario Valerino, class of 1957.
Here.
Frank Jan J. Van Breedem, class of 1957.
Here.
Charles Henry Wallace, class of 1957.
Here.
Norrell Franklin Wallace, class of 1957.
Here.
John Scott Wilder, Jr., class of 1957.
Here.
Raymond Milton Zock, class of 1957.
Here.
Colonel Roger Lewis Andrews, class of 1958.
Here.
Clarence Dale Bain, class of 1958.
Here.
Clyde Eldridge Beale, Jr., class of 1958.
Here.
Farald Belote, Jr., class of 1958.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Robert Ellis Blake, class of 1958.
Here.
Holland Earl Bowes, class of 1958.
Here.
Lawrence Leroy Bobo, class of 1958.
Here.
Robert Clyde Brockwell, class of 1958.
Here.
Robert Stanley Cannon, class of 1958.
Here.
Dale Clark Cantrell, class of 1958.
Here.
Robert William Castor Sr., class of 1958.
Here.
Fritzie Lee Connolly, class of 1958.
Here.
Stephen B. Cox, class of 1958.
Here.
James J. Crisp, class of 1958.
Here.
Al Sullivan Culberson, class of 1958.
Here.
Billy Garrell Dindy, class of 1958.
Here.
Gene Edward Dimmock, class of 1958.
Here.
Dr. Thomas Wendell Dorrell, senior, class of 1958.
Here.
Colonel William Henry Foy, class of 1958.
Here.
Gary Neal Garner, class of 1958.
Here.
Captain John Paul Greenwalt, class of 1958.
Here.
Shelby Lewis Guidry, class of 1958.
Here.
Anton William Hayek, class of 1958.
Here.
Howard Hartwell Hamner, Jr., class of 1958.
Here.
Graydon Harger, class of 1958.
Here.
Joe Raymond Harris, class of 1958.
Here.
William Eugene Hardwood, class of 1958.
Here.
Dr. Charles Edward Hathaway III, class of 1958.
Here.
Thomas Earl Hefner, class of 1958.
Here.
Thad Rankin Hogan, class of 1958.
Here.
Jan Hudson Jackson, class of 1958.
Here.
Robert Glenn Jones, class of 1958.
Here.
Robert Burton Carstetter, class of 1958.
Here.
John Albert Kirkpatrick, class of 1958.
Here.
Dr. Albert Carroll Kunkel, class of 1958.
Here.
Frank Noble Letskis, class of 1958.
Here.
Dr. Paul George Lillard, class of 1958.
Here.
Homer Lee Merrow, class of 1958.
Here.
Ronald Lee Mayhew, class of 1958.
Here.
Dr. Ray Olson McClung, class of 1958.
Here.
Donald Upton Oakes, class of 1958.
Here.
John George Pixea, class of 1958.
Here.
Dean Franklin Porter, class of 1958.
Here.
Jerome Martin Poussin, class of 1958.
Here.
Roy Ansel Powell, class of 1958.
Here.
Connie Allen Quattlebaum, class of 1958.
Here.
George Marshall Ragsdale, class of 1958.
Here.
James Doe Ratton, class of 1958.
Here.
James Avery Ridgway, class of 1958.
Here.
Dr. Robert Jesse Ring, Jr., class of 1958.
Here.
Reverend Kenneth Douglas Royer, class of 1958.
Here.
Apostolos Sophos, class of 1958.
Here.
Albert William Sandstedt, class of 1958.
Here.
John Lewis Chattel Sr., class of 1958.
Here.
Edward Harriet Shinton, class of 1958.
Here.
Lynn Jean Simmons, class of 1958.
Here.
Warren Alexander Smith, Class of 1958.
Here.
James Carroll Starr, Class of 1958.
Here.
Gerald Robert Still, Class of 1958.
Here.
Johnson Brian Sutherland, Class of 1958.
Here.
Dan Charles Thompson, Class of 1958.
Here.
Thomas Jewel Upchurch, Class of 1958.
Here.
Jose Escarina Velasquez, Class of 1958.
Here.
Captain John Carlton Wallace, Class of 1958.
Here.
Eugene Joseph Walter, Class of 1958.
Here.
Tommy Ray Albee, Class of 1959.
Here.
William Glenn Barron, Class of 1959.
Here.
Barry Bowers Blocker, Class of 1959.
Here.
Dr. Hollis Clyde Bamey, Class of 1959.
Here.
Robert Allen Bruyere, Class of 1959.
Here.
Colonel James Albert Carberry, Class of 1959.
Here.
Roy Lee Castleberry, Class of 1959.
Here.
Dr. James Flynn Crook, Class of 1959.
Here.
William Thomas Cummings, Class of 1959.
Here.
Benjamin Franklin Davis II, Class of 1959.
Here.
Joe Edward Driscoll Jr., Class of 1959.
Here.
William Ross Dunn, Class of 1959.
Here.
C.G. Evans, Class of 1959.
Here.
John Monroe Fields, Class of 1959.
Here.
Major William Raymond Fields Jr., Class of 1959.
Here.
John Allen Graves, Class of 1959.
Here.
Joe Harrison Hancock, Class of 1959.
Here.
Ralph Sterling Harper, Class of 1959.
Here.
Oliver Raymond Jewell, Class of 1959.
Here.
Colonel Edward Young Ed Keach, Class of 1959.
Here.
Jimmy Angelo Cathias, Class of 1959.
Here.
Kenneth Carl Klofka, Class of 1959.
Here.
John Riney Kasurik, Class of 1959.
Here.
Gene Edward Landon, Class of 1959.
Here.
Jerry Lynn Landrum, Class of 1959.
Here.
Joe Philip Liberty, Class of 1959.
Here.
Dr. Hagen Lipke, Class of 1959.
Here.
Samuel Lopez, Class of 1959.
Here.
Fred Carl Lutz, Class of 1959.
Here.
Colonel Edgar Augustine Marshall, Jr., Class of 1959.
Here.
Dale W. McClendon, Class of 1959.
Here.
Robert Harold McClure, Class of 1959.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Fred Albert Muir, Class of 1959.
Here.
William Charles Mueller, Class of 1959.
Here.
Lado Mulestein, Jr., Class of 1959.
Here.
Lloyd Boyce Needham, Class of 1959.
Here.
Edward Nance Newman, Class of 1959.
Here.
Dr. Robert Melvin Peavy, Class of 1959.
Here.
Carol Dale Pitzer, Class of 1959.
Here.
Richard Kent Potts, Class of 1959.
Here.
Royce Allen Ray, Jr., Class of 1959.
Here.
Bass Red IV, Class of 1959.
Here.
Bobby Dean Richardson, Class of 1959.
Here.
Robert Stanley Ridnour, Class of 1959.
Here.
Arlen Martin Scott, Class of 1959.
Here.
Joe Andrew Schupak, Class of 1959.
Here.
Dr. Dick Bedford Simmons, Sr., Class of 1959.
Here.
Carol Mart Sinclair, Class of 1959.
Here.
Anton Stacha, Jr., Class of 1959.
Here.
Charles Richard Stallings, Class of 1959.
Here.
Roderick David Stepp, Class of 1959.
Here.
Jesse Doyle Stewart, Jr., Class of 1959.
Here.
John Anthony Strauss, Class of 1959.
Here.
Albert Lewis Swink II, Class of 1959.
Here.
Joseph Lawrence Taboni, Class of 1959.
Here.
Ernest Denton Upham III, Class of 1959.
Here.
Philip James Vance, Class of 1959.
Here.
Richard Herbert Vickers, Class of 1959.
Here.
Roger Glenn Welsh, Class of 1959.
Here.
Patrick Jerome Whalen, Class of 1959.
Here.
Dr. Benjamin Luke Williams, Class of 1959.
Here.
William Benjamin Wilson, Class of 1959.
Here.
Robert Edwin Watrich, Class of 1959.
Here.
Dr. James Elwood Arnold, Class of 1960.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Morris William Aspel, Jr., Class of 1960.
Here.
Gilbert Lawrence Balch, Class of 1960.
Here.
Charles Gordon Balk, Class of 1960.
Here.
Everett Clyde Beatty III, Class of 1960.
Here.
John Ray Boyle, Class of 1960.
Here.
Keenan Dean Burke, Class of 1960.
Here.
Captain James Darwin Chandler, Class of 1960.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel John Eugene Cooper, Class of 1960.
Here.
Walter Wright Davis, Class of 1960.
Here.
Carl Fred Dewar, Jr., Class of 1960.
Here.
Fred Bernard Duloc, Class of 1960.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Arnold Emil Ebnetter, Class of 1960.
Here.
Paul Dennis Fosenlogan, Class of 1960.
Here.
Weldon Clifford Franklin, Sr., Class of 1960.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Carol Glenn Good, 1960.
Here.
Horace Gilmore Gore, Class of 1960.
Here.
Milton Roy Halbert, Class of 1960.
Here.
Wendell Woodrow Heyman, Jr., Class of 1960.
Here.
Dr. James Leroy Hodnett, Class of 1960.
Here.
William Hollis Hood, Class of 1960.
Here.
Roy Edward Hughes, Class of 1960.
Here.
Alva McCoy Jones, Jr., Class of 1960.
Here.
Paul Kinnison, Jr., Class of 1960.
Here.
John Stephen Latta, Jr., 1960.
Here.
Thomas Wayne Lawrence, Class of 1960.
Here.
Weldon A. Lee, Class of 1960.
Here.
Robert Eugene Manigold, Class of 1960.
Here.
Captain Troy Marciano, Class of 1960.
Here.
Dr. Michael Lyndon McGuire, Class of 1960.
Here.
Dr. John Gordon McNeely, Jr., Class of 1960.
Here.
Charles Huntley Meredith, Class of 1960.
Here.
John William Meadow, Class of 1960.
Here.
Dan Hodges Montgomery, Class of 1960.
Here.
Dr. Easton Odell Morrison, Class of 1960.
Here.
Milton Ray Oakes, Class of 1960.
Here.
Peter Brian O'Hare, Class of 1960.
Here.
Dan Okubo, Class of 1960.
Here.
Hubert Oxford III, class of 1960.
Here.
Dr. John Boyd Page, Jr., class of 1960.
Here.
Dr. Charlie Dean Palmer, class of 1960.
Here.
Carl Larry Peabody, class of 1960.
Here.
Dr. Terry Mack Perkins, class of 1960.
Here.
Philip Joseph Pond, class of 1960.
Here.
Jack William Poole, class of 1960.
Here.
Lee Roy Pison, Jr., class of 1960.
Here.
Hal X. Rhodes, class of 1960.
Here.
William Edward Rosenbach, class of 1960.
Here.
Marvin James Schneider, class of 1960.
Here.
Elton Smith, Jr., class of 1960.
Here.
Craig Stallwitz, class of 1960.
Here.
Norman Haskell Studi, class of 1960.
Here.
Dr. Yoshio Segura, class of 1960.
Here.
Charles Joseph Swizzy, class of 1960.
Here.
Dr. John Philip Tolks, class of 1960.
Here.
Gerald Lee Wakefield, class of 1960.
Here.
Charles Eugene Wright, class of 1960.
Here.
Roger Dennis Zimmerman, class of 1960.
Here.
Luther Cameron Allred Jr., class of 1961.
Here.
Dr. Tom L. Austin, class of 1961.
Here.
Richard Campbell Bothwell Sr., class of 1961.
Here.
Charles Glenn Bragg, class of 1961.
Here.
Charles Clark Brown, class of 1961.
Here.
Joe Eddie Brunt, class of 1961.
Here.
Robert Manson Kraft, class of 1961.
Here.
Dale Robert Darling, class of 1961.
Here.
Dr. Aubrey Christian Elkins, Jr., class of 1961.
Here.
Richard Yates Pfizer, class of 1961.
Here.
Tomas Fonseca, Jr., class of 1961.
Here.
Robert George Fitzer, class of 1961.
Here.
Donald Leon Gibson, class of 1961.
Here.
Richard Blanchard Grant, class of 1961.
Here.
John Ross Hamilton, class of 1961.
Here.
Roddy Lee Harrison, class of 1961.
Here.
Major John Beverly Hendricks, class of 1961.
Here.
Kenneth Hinneberger, class of 1961.
Here.
Charles Edward Herman, class of 1961.
Here.
Darwin Wayne Holt, class of 1961.
Here.
Gerald Kessel Humphreys, class of 1961.
Here.
Barry Ronald Jones, class of 1961.
Here.
Dr. Stanley Lee Jones, class of 1961.
Here.
Guy W. Keeling, Jr., class of 1961.
Here.
Jimmy Leo King, class of 1961.
Here.
Julius James Clem, Jr., class of 1961.
Here.
Kenneth Wayne Knight, class of 1961.
Here.
Guy Mac Lewis, class of 1961.
Here.
Donald David Lindsay, class of 1961.
Here.
Luis Lopez, class of 1961.
Here.
Donald Lee Mays, class of 1961.
Here.
Joseph Dominic Merrick, class of 1961.
Here.
Joseph Leopold Mazik, class of 1961.
Here.
Winfred Maurice McLeroy, class of 1961.
Here.
Marcus Verb Milliken, class of 1961.
Here.
Dr. David Gordon Morris, class of 1961.
Here.
Merwin Lyle Nutt, class of 1961.
Here.
William Jackie Oden, class of 1961.
Here.
Dan C. Ogden, class of 1961.
Here.
Donald Lawrence Partridge, class of 1961.
Here.
Rudolph James Pezel, Sr., class of 1961.
Here.
Jerry Webster Pivoto, class of 1961.
Here.
Thomas Arnold Player, class of 1961.
Here.
Dr. Wayne Willis Porter, class of 1961.
Here.
Donald Kennard Reinhardt, class of 1961.
Here.
Robert Clifton Rogers, class of 1961.
Here.
Jack Lee Royal, class of 1961.
Here.
Captain Charles Dixon Sadler, class of 1961.
Here.
Alberto Winslow Saldana, Jr., class of 1961.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Marvin Lee Schneider, class of 1961.
Here.
Morris John Schittle, Jr., class of 1961.
Here.
Edward Arthur Smith, Jr., class of 1961.
Here.
Dr. Edwin Barkley Smith, Jr., class of 1961.
Here.
Ralph Wayne Smith, class of 1961.
Here.
Dr. Robert B. Somano, class of 1961.
Here.
Horace Clayton Tuck, class of 1961.
Here.
Robert Bruce Turk, class of 1961.
Here.
Charles Ray Vance, class of 1961.
Here.
James Roy Bailey, class of 1962.
Here.
Worth Whited Barham, class of 1962.
Here.
Colonel Wayne Russell Beckler, class of 1962.
Here.
Jerry Gale Boyd, class of 1962.
Here.
Glenn Buick, class of 1962.
Here.
Dr. Charles Amel Berg, class of 1962.
Here.
Michael Paul Shallett, Sr., class of 1962.
Here.
Harry Arthur Corey, Jr., class of 1962.
Here.
William Robert Crenshaw, class of 1962.
Here.
Colonel James Ray Darty, class of 1962.
Here.
Darrell D. Dean, class of 1962.
Here.
Joseph A. Eilers, class of 1962.
Here.
P. Anthony Falco, class of 1962.
Here.
James Elliott Frazier, class of 1962.
Here.
Gary Glenn Gaston, class of 1962.
Here.
Wallace Martin Gale, class of 1962.
Here.
Harry Lee Godfrey, class of 1962.
Here.
Robert N. Grace, class of 1962.
Here.
Samuel Wesley Haggard, class of 1962.
Here.
Ralph Marvin Hosman, class of 1962.
Here.
William Raymond Haynes, class of 1962.
Here.
Dr. Richard Jack Hidalgo, class of 1962.
Here.
Cecil Walter Holloman, Jr., class of 1962.
Here.
Robert Paul Horde, class of 1962.
Here.
Leonard Allen Josephine, class of 1962.
Here.
Dr. Jean-Maxime Jostulien, class of 1962.
Here.
John Joseph Kelly, class of 1962.
Here.
James Nelson Kemp, class of 1962.
Here.
Charles Dennis Ledford, class of 1962.
Here.
Gary Glenn Lively, class of 1962.
Here.
Richard Lamar Love, class of 1962.
Here.
Irvin Leslie Ludke, class of 1962.
Here.
Charles David Marshall, class of 1962.
Here.
Howard Curtis May, Jr., class of 1962.
Here.
Thomas Garth McBride, Jr., class of 1962.
Here.
Harry L. McMenemy, Jr., class of 1962.
Here.
Jacques James McMillan, Sr., class of 1962.
Here.
Dr. C.V. McSwain, class of 1962.
Here.
Michael Phoenix Metcalf, class of 1962.
Here.
Robert Lee Meyer, class of 1962.
Here.
James Peyton Mitchell, class of 1962.
Here.
Willis Wilson Mitchell II, class of 1962.
Here.
Joseph Leon Munn, class of 1962.
Here.
Don Milton Murdoch, class of 1962.
Here.
Gerald McLemore Nelson, class of 1962.
Here.
Max Ray Newberry, class of 1962.
Here.
James Warren Nichols Jr., class of 1962.
Here.
John Andrew Ratcliffe, class of 1962.
Here.
Jimmy Doyle Reimer, class of 1962.
Here.
Wayne W. Rue, class of 1962.
Here.
Dr. Richard Michael Robinson, class of 1962.
Here.
Dr. James Otto Schreck, class of 1962.
Here.
Charles Joseph Sebesta, Jr., class of 1962.
Here.
Robert Hunter Shipley, class of 1962.
Here.
Dolph Winston Smith, class of 1962.
Here.
Lonnie Stevens Smith, Sr., class of 1962.
Here.
Harry Solomon, class of 1962.
Here.
David Stanley Spencer, class of 1962.
Here.
Henry Martin Strauch, class of 1962.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel John Henry Sullivan, class of 1962.
Here.
Charles Robert Threet, class of 1962.
Here.
Captain Hugh Bernard Ward, Jr., class of 1962.
Here.
John Denny Warner, Sr., class of 1962.
Here.
Captain John Albert Ryrick, class of 1962.
Here.
Charles William Weezapoppy, class of 1962.
Here.
Roy Leon Wilshire, class of 1962.
Here.
Herman Keith Wolford, class of 1962.
Here.
Thomas Wayne Wright, class of 1962.
Here.
Earl C. Alexander, class of 1963.
Here.
Vernon Glenn Ash, class of 1963.
Here.
Kenneth Ray Bales, class of 1963.
Here.
Paul Grady Barrett, class of 1963.
Here.
Ted Noble Beck, class of 1963.
Here.
Sheldon Joseph Best, class of 1963.
Here.
Matthew Sawyer Blanton, Jr., class of 1963.
Here.
Daniel Scott Brown, class of 1963.
Here.
Clark Stanley Claggett, class of 1963.
Here.
John Wayne Clark, class of 1963.
Here.
Bedford Franklin Cockrell, class of 1963.
Here.
Jesse D. Desotels III, class of 1963.
Here.
Robert George Dramer, class of 1963.
Here.
Johnny Leon Erickson, class of 1963.
Here.
John Edmund Falker, class of 1963.
Here.
Colonel James L. Fleck, class of 1963.
Here.
Kenneth Douglas Floyd, class of 1963.
Here.
Jerry Foster, class of 1963.
Here.
Colonel Roy L. Gentry, Jr., class of 1963.
Here.
Gene Parker Graves, class of 1963.
Here.
Robert Henry Hackett, class of 1963.
Here.
Don Allen Halfley, class of 1963.
Here.
Robert Arlen Hall, class of 1963.
Here.
Colonel Howard Cecil Ham, Jr., class of 1963.
Here.
Robert Vernon Haney, class of 1963.
Here.
Dr. Charles Jackson Hearn, class of 1963.
Here.
William Charles Hearn, class of 1963.
Here.
Johnny Lee Hawley, Jr., class of 1963.
Here.
William Howard Hughes, class of 1963.
Here.
Harmon Glenn Lemon, class of 1963.
Here.
John Ford McPherson, class of 1963.
Here.
John R. Mahone, Jr., class of 1963.
Here.
John Frost Maverick III, class of 1963.
Here.
Marshall Dale McGalliard, class of 1963.
Here.
Donald Jackson Murray, class of 1963.
Here.
Anthony Joseph Otto, class of 1963.
Here.
Edward Nelson Patton, class of 1963.
Here.
Dr. Jerome Richard Peering, Sr., class of 1963.
Here.
John Michael Persifield, Sr., class of 1963.
Here.
Bobby Eugene Pettit, class of 1963.
Here.
James Henry Powell, class of 1963.
Here.
John Foster Paquette, class of 1963.
Here.
John Ennis Puckett, class of 1963.
Here.
Kenneth Harold Pulley, class of 1963.
Here.
Adolfo Ramirez Jr., class of 1963.
Here.
Kenneth R. Rector, class of 1963.
Here.
Mims Carl Reed, class of 1963.
Here.
Michael Allen Rhodes, class of 1963.
Here.
Alfred Guadalupe Rodriguez, class of 1963.
Here.
Jerry Thomas Royston, class of 1963.
Here.
J. Dean Rutledge, III, class of 1963.
Here.
Major Walter Ross Sampson, class of 1963.
Here.
Joseph Anthony Shilachi, Jr., class of 1963.
Here.
Richard Hayden Smith, class of 1963.
Here.
Ronald Van Speed, Sr., class of 1963.
Here.
Marvin Max Stapper, class of 1963.
Here.
Colonel Michael Raymond Stiptak, class of 1963.
Here.
Carlton Wheeler Trant, Jr., class of 1963.
Here.
Dr. Billy Carroll Ward, class of 1963.
Here.
James Howard Webb, class of 1963.
Here.
Morris Stanley Webb, class of 1963.
Here.
Dr. Joseph Patrick Wells, class of 1963.
Here.
Joseph Day Whitaker, class of 1963.
Here.
Dr. Larry Milton Wizapapi, class of 1963.
Here.
Carl Glenn Alexander, class of 1964.
Here.
Fred Sharp Alexander, III, class of 1964.
Here.
James Curtis Anderson, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. Darrell Keith Barb, class of 1964.
Here.
Richard Earl Barton, class of 1964.
Here.
David Harold Bierwinkle, class of 1964.
Here.
Joseph Gabriel Becky, class of 1964.
Here.
Edward Clark Berry, Sr., class of 1964.
Here.
Edward J. Bowers, Jr., class of 1964.
Here.
Donald Scott Cameron, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. John Raymond Combs, class of 1964.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Richard N. Connolly, Jr., class of 1964.
Here.
Donald Patrick Dorsey, class of 1964.
Here.
George Robert Eads, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. Ernest Edward Epperson, class of 1964.
Here.
Roland Warren Eskew, class of 1964.
Here.
Gary Stephen Everett, class of 1964.
Here.
Emil Leo Fracciani, III, class of 1964.
Here.
Martin Marion Factor, Jr., class of 1964.
Here.
Donald Joseph Fry, Jr., class of 1964.
Here.
Jerome Albert Fuentes, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. John Rogers Fulkerson, class of 1964.
Here.
Dean Smith Hahn, class of 1964.
Here.
Gary Max Halter, class of 1964.
Here.
Aubrey Martin Herzik, class of 1964.
Here.
Glenn Huddleston, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. Al Vincent Jelinek, class of 1964.
Here.
David Allen Johnson, class of 1964.
Here.
Robert Melton Kelly, Jr., class of 1964.
Here.
Robert Tyrone Kelly, class of 1964.
Here.
Colonel Grady Eugene Kitchens, class of 1964.
Here.
Paul Lorraine Landry, class of 1964.
Here.
Alan Bruce Lee, class of 1964.
Here.
Samuel Anthony Listy, class of 1964.
Here.
Alan Carson Love, class of 1964.
Here.
Neil Lewis Mabey, class of 1964.
Here.
Robert Arnold Macamel, class of 1964.
Here.
William Vincent Milberger, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. Leo Winburn Newland, class of 1964.
Here.
James Alvin Nowak, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. Gary Luther Norwood, class of 1964.
Here.
Denny L. Edward O'Keefe, class of 1964.
Here.
Floyd Jarvis Peterson, class of 1964.
Here.
Perry Gregory Pye, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. William K. Reed, class of 1964.
Here.
Solon Alvis Reeves, Jr., class of 1964.
Here.
Walter Curtis Richburg, class of 1964.
Here.
Carlos Manuel Rivera, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. William P. Rogers, class of 1964.
Here.
David Randall Rutan, class of 1964.
Here.
Eugene J. Sacco, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. Joe Alfred Segbiel, class of 1964.
Here.
Carl Julius Schaefer, Jr., class of 1964.
Here.
Maurice Lee Schiller, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. Barry Neil Silberg, class of 1964.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Robert Douglas Smallwood, class of 1964.
Here.
Douglas Willis Smith, Jr., class of 1964.
Here.
Jonathan Michael Thornberry, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. Donald C. Van Ripper, class of 1964.
Here.
Winfred Allen Vaughn, class of 1964.
Here.
Dr. Jose Villarreal, Jr., class of 1964.
Here.
Dennis Max Working, class of 1964.
Here.
Kenneth Wayne West, Sr., class of 1964.
Here.
Charles Davis Wilson, class of 1964.
Here.
George E. Acosta, class of 1965.
Here.
William George Bargman, class of 1965.
Here.
Frank Villarreal Benavidez, class of 1965.
Here.
Ronald Dean Burgoon, class of 1965.
Here.
Jose Joaquin Bitar, class of 1965.
Here.
Dr. Freddie John Blackwell, class of 1965.
Here.
Thomas Michael Blackwell, class of 1965.
Here.
Dr. George Edward Bone, class of 1965.
Here.
James Yancey Bounds, class of 1965.
Here.
Joe Bowers, class of 1965.
Here.
John Gary Bush, class of 1965.
Here.
Major Larry Herbert Buss, class of 1965.
Here.
Joe Allen Campbell, Jr., class of 1965.
Here.
Colonel Thomas Augusta Cardwell, III, class of 1965.
Here.
Arturo Leonardo Carrillo, class of 1965.
Here.
James Demas Carvel, Jr., class of 1965.
Here.
Alan Eugene Christ, class of 1965.
Here.
Dr. Robert B. Coleman, class of 1965.
Here.
William Biswell Croft, class of 1965.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Callie Jean Crowder, class of 1965.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Doc Franklin Dixon, Jr., class of 1965.
Here.
Alan Lee Dobbins, class of 1965.
Here.
Dr. Edwin Philip Durall, class of 1965.
Here.
Colonel Robert Wayne Fanning, class of 1965.
Here.
James Leslie Felkner, class of 1965.
Here.
Richard Michael Green, class of 1965.
Here.
Frank Xavier Green, class of 1965.
Here.
Mary Ann Hargis, class of 1965.
Here.
John Colquitt Harper, class of 1965.
Here.
Ennis M. Hawkins, class of 1965.
Here.
Arrington Meade Holt, class of 1965.
Here.
Howard Leland Jackson, class of 1965.
Here.
Kenneth Ray Johnson, class of 1965.
Here.
William Irvin Kirsch, class of 1965.
Here.
Lyndon William Kurtz, class of 1965.
Here.
William Lee Lang, class of 1965.
Here.
Dr. William Bernard Lester, class of 1965.
Here.
John G. Long, class of 1965.
Here.
Dale G. Majors, class of 1965.
Here.
William Carl Mayfield, class of 1965.
Here.
John Dr. James Paul McCall, Jr., class of 1965.
Here.
Robert James McDonald, class of 1965.
Here.
James Angus McLeod, class of 1965. Dr. Jimmy Murphy, class of 1965.
Here.
Kurt Allen Munston, class of 1965.
Here.
Edward James Noon, Jr., class of 1965.
Here.
William Michael Norton, class of 1965.
Here.
Dr. John Howard Orchard, class of 1965.
Here.
Robert L. Petty, class of 1965.
Here.
Dr. Manuel Pena, Jr., class of 1965.
Here.
Frederick Funston Rogers, Jr., class of 1965.
Here.
Billy Jack Rose, class of 1965.
Here.
Raul Sings, class of 1965. Charles R. Singerhausen, class of 1965.
Here.
Carrie Lance Smith, class of 1965. Dr. Clifford W. Spaeth, class of 1965.
Here.
Chester Dwayne Stewart, class of 1965.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Elliott Tucker, class of 1965.
Here.
Dr. David Eugene Wetmore, class of 1965.
Here.
Farewell, My Friends, by Rabindranath Tagore. It was beautiful as long as it lasted, the journey of my life. I have no regrets whatsoever, save the pain I'll leave behind. Those dear hearts who love and care, and the heavy with sleep, ever moist eyes. The smile, in spite of a lump in the throat, and the strings pulling at the heart and soul. The strong arms that held me up when my own strength let me down. Each morsel that I was fed with was full of love divine. At every turning of my life, I came across good friends. Friends who stood by me, even when the time raced by. Farewell, farewell, my friends. I smile and bid you goodbye. No, shed no tears, for I need them not. All I need is your smile. If you feel sad, think of me, for that's what I'd like. When you live in the hearts of those you love, remember then, you never die.
Samuel Park Aldrich II, class of 1966.
Here.
James Harold Archer, class of 1966.
Here.
Joe L. Baggett, class of 1966.
Here.
James Madison Bailey II, class of 1966.
Here.
Ronald Keith Ball, class of 1966.
Here.
Stephen Winfield Barker, class of 1966.
Here.
Ronald Neal Batten, class of 1966.
Here.
Larry Allen Berry, class of 1966. George Brandt III, class of 1966. Jack Weir Bratton, class of 1966. James Charles Byram, class of 1966. Dr. Roger Patrick Byrne, class of 1966. Refugio Juan Caceres, class of 1966. Dennis Lee Chapman, Jr., class of 1966. Robert Henderson Cole, class of 1966. John W. Coleman, class of 1966. Robert Lee Kalura, class of 1966. Larry Eugene Cook, class of 1966. Aubrey Ray Davis, Jr., class of 1966. Jerry Michael Earl, class of 1966. Dr. George Leonard Eastman III, class of 1966. Melvin J. Eilers, Jr., class of 1966. Dr. Gerald Wayne Evers, class of 1966. Thomas Powell Fowler IV, class of 1966. Gregory Henry Gerngross, class of 1966. Rudolph Vasquez Gomez, class of 1966. James Needham Groom, Jr., class of 1966. Jose Oscar Guerra, Jr., class of 1966. Lieutenant Colonel Robert James Harcrow, class of 1966. Don Allen Hartfell, class of 1966. Liliane Kalar Helms, class of 1966. Bobby Lee Henry, class of 1966. Bailey Michael Holman, class of 1966. David Leroy Holt, class of 1966. Henry Paul Horlica, Jr., class of 1966.
Major General Alvin Wayland Jones, class of 1966. Vincent Edwin Sterling Kirchner, class of 1966. Eliberto C. Lopez, Sr., class of 1966. Robert Donald Martell, class of 1966. John Edward McKeska, class of 1966. Eloise Charles Ledenka, class of 1966. Ballinger Byron Moore, Jr., class of 1966. Dr. Lynn James Myers, class of 1966. Colonel Frederick Eugene Parker III, class of 1966. Gordonby D. Patel, class of 1966. David Anthony Perryman, class of 1966. Ronald G. Plodenick, class of 1966. Glenn Brant Redman, class of 1966. Bert Stewart Richards, class of 1966. Eddie Franklin Shear, class of 1966. Milford Roberts Schrader, class of 1966. Arvil Earl Shiflett, class of 1966. Bobby Louise Siegert, class of 1966. David Glass Tees, class of 1966. Joel Edward Thompson II, class of 1966. Otto Mackinson Thornhill, Jr., class of 1966. Billy Don Thornton, class of 1966.
Here.
Donald Earl Tucker, class of 1966.
Here.
Leon Jerome Vasic, class of 1966.
Here.
Dr. Frederick W. Wagner, class of 1966.
Here.
Stephen P. Wallen, class of 1966.
Here.
Dr. Gary Harold Wimbish, class of 1966.
Here.
Dr. Gary H. Weingar, class of 1966.
Here.
Robert Allen Van Wyck, class of 1966.
Here.
Ken Terry Allison, class of 1967.
Here.
Richard Oliver Bennett III, class of 1967.
Here.
George H. Bentley, class of 1967.
Here.
Dr. Jeffrey Lovett Bobbitt, class of 1967.
Here.
William Carroll Book, Jr., class of 1967.
Here.
Jimmy Boyce Brand, class of 1967.
Here.
Carrie Lester Brandom, class of 1967. Dr. Donald Patrick Pat Burney, class of 1967.
Here.
Clinton Darrell Campbell, class of 1967.
Here.
Thomas Taylor Cole, class of 1967.
Here.
Dr. Carol Ann Dean, class of 1967.
Here.
Clarence Dixon, class of 1967.
Here.
Glenn Franklin Fields, class of 1967.
Here.
John Francis G., class of 1967.
Here.
Vernon David Harrison, class of 1967.
Here.
Luis Manuel Hernandez, class of 1967.
Here.
John William Herring III, class of 1967.
Here.
Phyllis K. Holder, class of 1967.
Here.
Linda Green Horton, class of 1967.
Here.
Dr. Lamar Johansson, class of 1967.
Here.
Alcy Randall John Yuji, class of 1967.
Here.
Colonel Larry Lester Landtroop, class of 1967.
Here.
John Frank Liptak, class of 1967.
Here.
Janet Marie McCutcheon, class of 1967.
Here.
Homer Guy McLean Jr., class of 1967.
Here.
William Parker McNally Jr., class of 1967.
Here.
Lawrence Key Merchant Jr., class of 1967. Robert Mirich, class of 1967.
Here.
Thomas Anthony Monaco, class of 1967.
Here.
Larry Gordon Mumford, class of 1967.
Here.
Mary Margaret Neely, class of 1967.
Here.
Frederick Irvin O'Byrne, class of 1967.
Here.
Daniel Anthony Orsak, class of 1967.
Here.
Mary Boone Oxley, class of 1967.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel John Paul Pinisak, class of 1967.
Here.
George Gordon Perry Jr., class of 1967.
Here.
Bernard Anton Puchovsky, class of 1967.
Here.
Dr. Shankankaran Ramchandran, class of 1967.
Here.
Dwight Lawrence Recht, class of 1967.
Here.
Dr. Hayes Ellis Ross Jr., class of 1967.
Here.
Dr. Daniel Wayne Salas, class of 1967.
Here.
Raymond Stevens Shelton, class of 1967.
Here.
Dr. Stanley Lewis Sissom, class of 1967.
Here.
Dr. Gerald Max Smith, class of 1967.
Here.
Harvey Lee Smith, class of 1967.
Here.
William Harold Sontag, class of 1967.
Here.
Virgil Clyde Stillwell, Jr., class of 1967.
Here.
Paul David Swordstrom, class of 1967.
Here.
Carl Herman Swope, class of 1967.
Here.
Manuel Uribe, class of 1967.
Here.
Lieutenant Junior, grade Claude Henderson Wallace III, class of 1967.
Here.
Thomas Allen Wallace, class of 1967.
Here.
Dr. Morris Shepard Wilkins, class of 1967.
Here.
Lance S. Winter, class of 1967.
Here.
Fred James Wright, class of 1967.
Here.
Dr. Gerald Bruce Wright, class of 1967.
Here.
Charles C. Atchley, Jr., class of 1967.
Here.
Dennis Stephen Bailey, class of 1967.
Here.
Mohsen Ben Arab, class of 1968.
Here.
Betty Elnora Beyer, class of 1968.
Here.
Dale Ross Bolliard, class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. Kenneth Alvin Brewer, class of 1968.
Here.
Henderson Lee Buford, III, class of 1968.
Here.
Glenn Charles Carlson, class of 1968.
Here.
Francis Knapp Cooley, class of 1968.
Here.
Joseph Lester Copeland, class of 1968.
Here.
Bobby George Cusick, class of 1968.
Here.
Robert Laverne Dennison, Jr., class of 1968.
Here.
Larry James Ermis, class of 1968.
Here.
Joe Mac Floyd, class of 1968.
Here.
Rafael Garcia, Jr., class of 1968.
Here.
Charles Robert Glagola, class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. James Franklin Harwell, Jr., class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. Brian Eugene Heckman, class of 1968.
Here.
Dennis James Slavinka, class of 1968.
Here.
Joe Mathis Holcomb, class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. Arlie Bruce Hughes, class of 1968.
Here.
William Colburn Holsey, class of 1968. Jimmy Dean Jackson, class of 1968. John Wesley Laughlin, class of 1968.
Here.
Benny Oliver Lawrence, class of 1968. Thomas Michael Tom Lowry, class of 1968. Leonard James Lubbering, class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. Dominic Anthony Mayo, class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. Ralph Wayne McMickle, class of 1968.
Here.
William Riley Lenarzik, class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. Robert Lucian Molinari, class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. David Morrill, class of 1968. Joseph Robert Norman Jr., class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. Ned Albert Perret, class of 1968.
Here.
Srinivas Chamkur Rao, class of 1968.
Here.
David Neil Rasmussen, class of 1968.
Here.
Milton Silas Sandell, III, class of 1968.
Here.
Charles Henry Sims, class of 1968.
Here.
William Alfred Skinner, class of 1968.
Here.
Susan Diane Smith, class of 1968.
Here.
Jack B. Smythe, class of 1968.
Here.
James Eugene Stanfield, class of 1968.
Here.
Edward Wardlaw Stasny, Sr., class of 1968.
Here.
Major Ralph Arnold Stevener, class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. Jerry Neville Street, class of 1968.
Here.
Daryl Alvin Stress, class of 1968.
Here.
Kenneth Eugene Taylor, class of 1968.
Here.
William Andrew Thompson, class of 1968.
Here.
Dr. Ping Young Sai, class of 1968.
Here.
Diane E. Tayo, class of 1968.
Here.
Ralph Randall Zirkelbach, class of 1968.
Here.
Robert David Anderson, class of 1969.
Here.
Robert Oscar Betke, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. Richard Wesley Barrow, class of 1969.
Here.
David Allen Barthman, class of 1969.
Here.
John Wayne Bennett, class of 1969.
Here.
Henry Stephen Blake, class of 1969.
Here.
Leslie Robert Blanchett, class of 1969.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Edward Burke, class of 1969.
Here.
Michael Nixon Burnside, class of 1969.
Here.
Claude Frank Cannon, III, class of 1969.
Here.
Timothy Shea Casey, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. Michael Reed Cates, class of 1969.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Franklin Delano Cerruti, class of 1969.
Here.
Peter L. Chansey, class of 1969.
Here.
James Matthews Jimmy Cox, class of 1969.
Here.
William H. Coyle, III, class of 1969.
Here.
Captain Don Wayne Cryer, class of 1969.
Here.
Bruce Charles Dedenthal, class of 1969.
Here.
Jack Patrick Eccles, class of 1969.
Here.
Rene Ciro Espinoza, class of 1969.
Here.
Paul Courtney Eder, class of 1969.
Here.
Joe Ross Everidge, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. Donald Edward Franke, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. William Donald Gorman, class of 1969.
Here.
Paul Bram Greenwood, class of 1969.
Here.
Carolyn Faye Griffith, class of 1969.
Here.
Robert Lee Haley, class of 1969.
Here.
Jerry Halfant, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. Thomas Corwin Hennedon, III, class of 1969.
Here.
Terry A. Hull, class of 1969.
Here.
William Norman James, Sr., class of 1969.
Here.
John Guthrie Johnson, class of 1969.
Here.
Joe William Kellogg, class of 1969.
Here.
Milton Lynn Curtin, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. Warren Brian Maupin, II, class of 1969.
Here.
Glenn Harold McLean, class of 1969.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Cecil Michael McLennan, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. Louis Arthur Mogenberg, class of 1969.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Robert Edwin Molick, 1969.
Here.
Jose Fausto Molina, Sr., class of 1969.
Here.
Billy Jean Muka, class of 1969.
Here.
James Sullivan Myers, class of 1969.
Here.
Carol Wayne Nixon, class of 1969.
Here.
Elizabeth Caroline Penn, class of 1969.
Here.
William Edward Platt, Sr., class of 1969.
Here.
Joe Delwyn Pope, class of 1969.
Here.
Richard Anthony Pruitt, class of 1969.
Here.
Johnny Clyde Reeves, class of 1969.
Here.
James Dalton Richardson, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. Thomas Michael Riggs, class of 1969.
Here.
James Henry Ricks, class of 1969.
Here.
Gilbert Wayne Rogers, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. Wei Tun Shi, class of 1969.
Here.
Stanley Stott, class of 1969.
Here.
George Allen Tier, class of 1969.
Here.
Lamar Jean Urbanovsky, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. Stanley L. Van Hooser, class of 1969.
Here.
Gerald J. Vetter, class of 1969.
Here.
Dr. Carson Earl Watt, class of 1969.
Here.
Stephen Bassett Wolf, class of 1969.
Here.
Raylyn Yarbrough, class of 1969.
Here.
Thomas Sidney Alvarez, class of 1970.
Here.
John Charles Anders, class of 1970.
Here.
Tommy Frank Baldwin, class of 1970.
Here.
Ed Barber, class of 1970.
Here.
Roger Williams Bowers Sr., class of 1970.
Here.
Arthur E. Blackburn Jr., class of 1970.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel James Elwood Bradley, class of 1970.
Here.
Here.
John Morgan Brewer, class of 1970.
Here.
Peter Longworth Birch, class of 1970.
Here.
William Thomas Burks, class of 1970.
Here.
Robert Monroe Chansey, class of 1970.
Here.
Joe Fred Chandler Sr., class of 1970.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Kit Garfield Cottrell, class of 1970.
Here.
David Mark Dennison, class of 1970.
Here.
Dolores Davis Dooley, class of 1970.
Here.
Dr. Wayne Brian Eldridge, class of 1970.
Here.
Robert Larry Farmer, class of 1970.
Here.
David Roy Fisher, class of 1970.
Here.
Michael J. Freeman, class of 1970.
Here.
Curtis Lynn Fox, class of 1970.
Here.
M. Ann Fuqua, class of 1970.
Here.
Peter Owen Gallagher, class of 1970.
Here.
Thomas Michael Gergany, class of 1970.
Here.
Tom Ed Glasscock, class of 1970.
Here.
Gary F. Gruben, class of 1970.
Here.
Jesus Guzman, class of 1970.
Here.
Dr. William Martin Hegland, class of 1970.
Here.
Charles Michael Hope, class of 1970.
Here.
Ronald Lee Huffman, class of 1970.
Here.
Edward R. Jameson, Jr., class of 1970.
Here.
Edward Kalache, Jr., class of 1970.
Here.
Patrick John Love, class of 1970.
Here.
Raphael B. Martinez, class of 1970.
Here.
Johnny Carl McDaniel, class of 1970.
Here.
Glenn O. McDonald, class of 1970.
Here.
Frederick C. Michaud, class of 1970.
Here.
Larry McLaurin Moore, class of 1970.
Here.
James Joseph Morris, class of 1970.
Here.
Marilyn Diane Nestra, class of 1970.
Here.
Douglas Barton Page, class of 1970.
Here.
Alvin Anton Pavlicek, class of 1970.
Here.
Dr. Malcolm Manley Pendergast, class of 1970.
Here.
Richard Michael Plato, class of 1970.
Here.
Cecil Clayton Powell, class of 1970.
Here.
Douglas Franklin Presley, class of 1970.
Here.
Stanley D. Price, class of 1970.
Here.
Dr. Blaine Smith Purcell, class of 1970.
Here.
Dr. Shantakumari T. Ramchandran, class of 1970.
Here.
Reverend Frank Brian Reeves, class of 1970.
Here.
Dr. Paul L. Rudzler, class of 1970.
Here.
G. William Samuelson, class of 1970.
Here.
Joe Mack Sanders, class of 1970.
Here.
Larry Edward Siemens, class of 1970.
Here.
Leo Rufus Spaeth, junior, class of 1970.
Here.
Durrell Hahn Steffi, senior, class of 1970.
Here.
Roger C. Thompson, class of 1970.
Here.
Ronald Bernie Thorne, class of 1970.
Here.
Carrie Tilke, class of 1970.
Here.
Dr. John Paul Walter, Jr., class of 1970.
Here.
Dr. Barbara Patricia Ward, class of 1970.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Michael Ward, class of 1970.
Here.
Joseph Kenneth Ware, class of 1970.
Here.
Sam Wigington III, class of 1970.
Here.
Larry Wayne Witten, class of 1970.
Here.
Glenn Evans Wright, class of 1970.
Here.
Ronald Earl Young, class of 1970.
Here.
Colonel John David Amundsen, class of 1971.
Here.
John Howard Applegate, class of 1971.
Here.
John Scott Besner, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. John Philip Bishop, class of 1971.
Here.
Colonel Samuel Venable Boykin, class of 1971.
Here.
Nick Clyde Bradshaw, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Dale Anthony Bremer, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. A.O. Brown III, class of 1971.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anthony Birch, class of 1971.
Here.
Reinhard L. Burt, class of 1971.
Here.
John Ward Burkholder, class of 1971.
Here.
Thomas Donham Campbell, class of 1971.
Here.
Carrie Tyrone Cottle, class of 1971.
Here.
Terry Chow, class of 1971.
Here.
Patrick Clifton Clark, class of 1971.
Here.
Rodney DeWitt Clifton, class of 1971.
Here.
Donald Jude Colorado, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. William Hormer Cox, Jr., class of 1971.
Here.
Janice Marie Dixon, class of 1971.
Here.
Major Cecil Lynn Dukes, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Robert Michael Eddington, class of 1971.
Here.
Thomas Lloyd Faring, Jr., class of 1971.
Here.
Dennis Ray Fields, class of 1971.
Here.
Andrew Martin Fossler III, class of 1971.
Here.
Larry Lynn Godfrey Sr., class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. James Raymond Hawthorne, Ph.D., class of 1971.
Here.
Edward Frederick Hirsch III, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Gary Don Hodges, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Lewis Hodges, class of 1971.
Here.
Toby Harold Jambers, Jr., class of 1971.
Here.
Gary Wayne Keeney, class of 1971.
Here.
Jack Oliver Kemp, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Joseph Van Kitzman, class of 1971.
Here.
Harold Otto Cook, Jr., class of 1971.
Here.
Major Anthony James Kwan, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Terrence Arthur Larson, class of 1971.
Here.
Eva Maria Maddox, class of 1971.
Here.
Vincent Samuel Marino, class of 1971.
Here.
Michael Ray Marshall, class of 1971.
Here.
Sandra Lee Sandy Dye McMahon, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Michael Revis Murphy, class of 1971.
Here.
Bobby Jean Nicholson, class of 1971.
Here.
Joaquin Nolasco, class of 1971.
Here.
Ralph McCollum Nugent, Jr., class of 1971.
Here.
Schuler Wilson Page, class of 1971.
Here.
Edwin James Parks, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Donald Richard Patton, class of 1971.
Here.
Ian Eugene Perkins, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Arthur Leonard Pinot, Jr., class of 1971.
Here.
Donald Edward Reynolds, class of 1971.
Here.
Richard Gould Reardon, class of 1971.
Here.
John Stanley Russell, class of 1971.
Here.
Paul Allen Solis, class of 1971.
Here.
Clay Lusenberg Seward III, class of 1971.
Here.
Jimmy Earl Sheffield, class of 1971.
Here.
Doris Alvina Smith, class of 1971.
Here.
Richard S. Torres, Jr., class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Tommy Joe Walker, class of 1971.
Here.
Johnny Floyd Weaver, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Eugene Joseph Wilhelm, Jr., class of 1971. Catherine May Williams, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. James Ellis Williams, class of 1971.
Here.
Lavelle Marlon Whitmire, class of 1971.
Here.
Dr. Lori J. Absher, class of 1972.
Here.
Jerry Sue Araji, class of 1972.
Here.
James Wayne Bader, class of 1972.
Here.
Thomas Lewis Baker, class of 1972.
Here.
Dr. Donald Jerry Blassingame, class of 1972.
Here.
Coleman Dale Bohannon, class of 1972.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel James Hudson Brawley, class of 1972.
Here.
Leo Anthony Tony Brocktrip, Jr., class of 1972.
Here.
Dr. John Robert Burton, class of 1972.
Here.
Kenneth Hollis Choate, Jr., class of 1972.
Here.
Dr. Mark Edward Christensen, class of 1972.
Here.
Judith Darlene Clark, class of 1972.
Here.
Dr. George Coles, class of 1972.
Here.
Robert William Cooley, class of 1972.
Here.
David Ray Davis, class of 1972.
Here.
Jacqueline Antoinette Dolbervoni, class of 1972.
Here.
Charles Henry Frey, class of 1972.
Here.
Dr. Robert Nash Gennaro, class of 1972.
Here.
James Michael Gibbons, class of 1972.
Here.
Richard Michael Grinya, class of 1972.
Here.
Thomas Wayne Gupton, class of 1972.
Here.
Joe Donald Hopkins, class of 1972.
Here.
John Charles Houston, class of 1972.
Here.
Algene Jaster, class of 1972.
Here.
Dr. Samuel Wayne Sammy Knippa, class of 1972.
Here.
Christopher Leonatus Lehman, Sr., class of 1972.
Here.
George William Lockwood, class of 1972.
Here.
James Donald Long, class of 1972.
Here.
Larry N. Lusby, class of 1972.
Here.
Jerry Clark Mabry, class of 1972.
Here.
J. Stephen Mangum, class of 1972.
Here.
John Thomas Mars, class of 1972.
Here.
John Peter Martin Jr., class of 1972.
Here.
Steve Spencer McClintock, class of 1972.
Here.
Luther Joseph McKee Jr., class of 1972.
Here.
Michael Andrew McGinn, class of 1972.
Here.
Dr. John Dennis Mahaffey, class of 1972.
Here.
Mark Ship Moore, class of 1972.
Here.
Richard Robert Morse, class of 1972.
Here.
William Joseph Mulcahy, class of 1972.
Here.
Margaret Sue Nowlin, class of 1972.
Here.
Donald Gene Pierce, class of 1972.
Here.
Carlos Alberto Pilar, class of 1972.
Here.
Roger Mack Polston, class of 1972.
Here.
Dean Marie Rand, class of 1972.
Here.
Harry Godman Reynolds III, class of 1972.
Here.
Luis Rodriguez, class of 1972.
Here.
Rodolfo Saucedo Jr., class of 1972.
Here.
Patrick W. Segner, class of 1972.
Here.
Dolores Shirley, class of 1972.
Here.
Dr. Jimmy Lloyd Solomon, class of 1972.
Here.
John Rollins Spencer, class of 1972.
Here.
Robert David Starnes, class of 1972.
Here.
Raymond Charles Turner, class of 1972.
Here.
Michael Lynn Vickers, class of 1972.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Bernie Mims Watson III, class of 1972.
Here.
Richard Wayne Wechtenheiser, class of 1972.
Here.
David Mark Williams, class of 1972.
Here.
Gary Allen Williams, class of 1972.
Here.
Michael Christopher Williamson, class of 1972.
Here.
Dr. Billy Lee Winham Sr., class of 1972.
Here.
Stephen Wipazinski, class of 1972.
Here.
Joe Bailey III, class of 1973.
Here.
Reverend Rennie Joe Baker, class of 1973.
Here.
Randall Keith Barber, class of 1973.
Here.
Captain Christopher Porter Bean, class of 1973.
Here.
Jordan Ross Bennett III, class of 1973.
Here.
Lowell David Bennett, class of 1973.
Here.
Dr. Donald Clyde Bird, class of 1973.
Here.
Daniel L. Bloomer, class of 1973.
Here.
Bobby Lynn Bottoms, class of 1973.
Here.
Thomas Buddy Cavender Jr., class of 1973.
Here.
Garland Watson Childers, class of 1973.
Here.
Dr. Clarence Marley Tex Delaney Jr., class of 1973.
Here.
Dale Robert Dunlap, class of 1973.
Here.
Douglas Allen Fields, class of 1973.
Here.
Donald Dick Fippinger, class of 1973.
Here.
Mary Patricia Fox, class of 1973.
Here.
Ralph Eldon Gann, class of 1973.
Here.
John Forrest G., class of 1973.
Here.
Constance Haas, class of 1973.
Here.
James Patrick Harbick, class of 1973.
Here.
Dr. Victor Laverne Hauser, class of 1973.
Here.
Dr. Richard Allen Heller, class of 1973.
Here.
George Harold Herman, class of 1973.
Here.
Edward Frank Holtzman, Jr., class of 1973.
Here.
Dr. Ben Douglas Jackson, class of 1973.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Vernon Raymond Coim, Jr., class of 1973.
Here.
Martin Douglas Kramer, class of 1973.
Here.
Herschel Leonidas Librand, class of 1973.
Here.
Joseph Frederick Mangle, Jr., class of 1973.
Here.
Herman Clyde Mock, Jr., class of 1973.
Here.
Charles Dudley McManus, class of 1973.
Here.
John Crocker Meinrath, class of 1973.
Here.
Deborah K. Debbie Melton, class of 1973.
Here.
Gary Dean Minyard, class of 1973.
Here.
Mark Randall Montag, class of 1973.
Here.
Curtis Allen Morton, class of 1973.
Here.
James Michael Moss, class of 1973.
Here.
Dr. Paul Michael Obert, Jr., class of 1973.
Here.
Dr. Henry Dickerson Pope, class of 1973.
Here.
Robert Allen Pruitt, Jr., class of 1973.
Here.
Mickey Glenn Rosh, class of 1973.
Here.
Donald Glenn Robertson, class of 1973.
Here.
Salvador William Russo, Jr., class of 1973.
Here.
Emmett Phil Sandlin, class of 1973.
Here.
Danny Michael Schertz, class of 1973.
Here.
Albert Michael Shannon, class of 1973.
Here.
Glenn Dale Sparger, class of 1973.
Here.
Joe Darwin Strickland, class of 1973.
Here.
Donald Albert Swartz, class of 1973.
Here.
Emil Sheppy III, class of 1973.
Here.
F. Wayne Varnell, class of 1973.
Here.
Randolph N. Vick, class of 1973.
Here.
Michael Henley Wallace, class of 1973.
Here.
Irene Jeanette Wenglar, class of 1973.
Here.
Dr. Tillman Lorenzo Larry Wheat III, class of 1973.
Here.
Mary Jacqueline Zrubeck, class of 1973.
Here.
Dr. Stuart James Burns, class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Donald Vernon Coors, class of 1974.
Here.
Stephen Paul Davies, class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Mary Catherine Dillingham, class of 1974.
Here.
Betsy Frances Dubose, class of 1974.
Here.
John David Eccles, class of 1974.
Here.
James Clare Epley Jr., class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Walter Leonard Fassler Jr., class of 1974.
Here.
Gregory A. Gehrig, class of 1974.
Here.
Jaime Antonio Giraldo Sr., class of 1974.
Here.
William Earl Godfrey Jr., class of 1974.
Here.
Arthur James Gertz, class of 1974.
Here.
David Paul Goodland, class of 1974.
Here.
Michael Stewart Hanlon, class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Mark L. Heinze, class of 1974. Dr. Ronald Luther Hillstrom, class of 1974.
Here.
Keith Philip Hoffman, class of 1974.
Here.
Chip Johnson, Jr., class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Charles Adrian Kettner, class of 1974.
Here.
Lauren Moses King III, class of 1974.
Here.
Colonel Thomas Kelly Klein, class of 1974.
Here.
Charles Michael Kamichik, class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Michael Richard Kozak, class of 1974.
Here.
Shirley Ann Landers, class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. David Paul Langston, class of 1974.
Here.
David Newton Laverne, class of 1974.
Here.
Stephen W. Lynn, class of 1974.
Here.
Rudy Gale Lower, class of 1974.
Here.
Eduardo A. Longoria, class of 1974.
Here.
Jose Alberto Lopez, class of 1974.
Here.
Richard Christian Miller, Jr., class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Chris K. Moore, class of 1974.
Here.
William K. Norris, class of 1974.
Here.
Bobby Lynn Novotny, class of 1974.
Here.
Lindsay Ann Oates, class of 1974.
Here.
Michael Leslie Owens, class of 1974.
Here.
Robert Michael Parker, class of 1974.
Here.
Jeffrey Brian Polikoff, class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Dennis Lee Price, class of 1974.
Here.
Stephen Russell Radebaugh, class of 1974.
Here.
David Russell Robertson II, class of 1974.
Here.
Clement Arthur Rochat, class of 1974.
Here.
Paul Funston Sanders, class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Norma Gail Schmidt, class of 1974.
Here.
Larry Lynn Smart, class of 1974.
Here.
Ruffian Darrell Stanley, class of 1974.
Here.
Jeanette Faye Tackett, class of 1974.
Here.
Sandra Johnson Trawick, class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Glenn R. Wade, class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Stephen Craig Ward, class of 1974.
Here.
David Michael White, class of 1974.
Here.
Dr. Don Edward Williams, class of 1974.
Here.
William Thomas Yearout, Jr., class of 1974.
Here.
Sam L. Yip, class of 1974.
Here.
Jose Rudolfo G. Acosta, class of 1975.
Here.
Teodoro Henry Arroyo Saenz, class of 1975.
Here.
Samuel Robert Adelotti, II, class of 1975.
Here.
Robert L. Bennett, Jr., class of 1975.
Here.
Patrick David Bowman, class of 1975.
Here.
Terry Martin Brown, class of 1975.
Here.
Wilbur Carlton Bullard III, class of 1975.
Here.
Marion Anita Campbell, class of 1975.
Here.
Robert Andrew Couch, class of 1975.
Here.
Wayne Lynn Davis, class of 1975.
Here.
Thomas David Drury, class of 1975.
Here.
Brenda G. Easterwood Collard, class of 1975.
Here.
Dr. William Warren Falk, class of 1975.
Here.
Herschel Barnum Fulmer II, class of 1975.
Here.
Robin Jean Holbert, class of 1975.
Here.
Carol Ann Huff, class of 1975.
Here.
Reverend Thomas C. Johnson, class of 1975.
Here.
Stephen Carl Lehman, class of 1975.
Here.
Herbert Dwayne Lucas, class of 1975.
Here.
Jack Alois Machala, class of 1975.
Here.
Philip David Matthews, class of 1975.
Here.
Dr. Timothy J. McHaugen, class of 1975.
Here.
Dr. John Douglas McCarroll, class of 1975.
Here.
Shelley Faye Meyer, class of 1975.
Here.
Ronald James Murray, class of 1975.
Here.
Howard Taylor Norris, class of 1975.
Here.
Henry Wesley Odlazil, Jr., class of 1975.
Here.
Dr. Raleigh Claire Ormanrod, III, class of 1975.
Here.
Lawrence Edward Pennington, Jr., class of 1975.
Here.
Tommy Lee Pettit, class of 1975.
Here.
Sandra Lynn Redfern, class of 1975. Eugene James Rissy, class of 1975.
Here.
Richard Reyes Rosales, class of 1975.
Here.
Michael Jean M.G. Schlehuber, class of 1975.
Here.
Elton Hillard Simmons, III, class of 1975.
Here.
Dr. Wiley Aaron Skelton, Jr., class of 1975.
Here.
Joel Lamar Stockton, class of 1975.
Here.
Roger T. Tamayo, class of 1975.
Here.
Dr. Dennis Rich Taylor, Jr., class of 1975.
Here.
Lane Noel Thomas, class of 1975.
Here.
Howard Jean Vinson, class of 1975.
Here.
Dr. Daryl Jean Watson, class of 1975.
Here.
Paul Raymond Winter, class of 1975.
Here.
James Richard Wisdom, class of 1975.
Here.
Vicky Sue Wood, class of 1975.
Here.
Douglas Edwin Wright, class of 1975.
Here.
Orville Lee Wright, class of 1975.
Here.
Daryl Dwayne Zettler, class of 1975.
Here.
Courtney Ray Atkins, class of 1976.
Here.
Tariq M. Aziz, class of 1976.
Here.
Dr. Victor Carey Barber, class of 1976.
Here.
Kathleen M. Kathy Bilnoski, class of 1976.
Here.
Linda Ruth Borgstedt, class of 1976.
Here.
Thomas Patrick Brindle, class of 1976.
Here.
Michael Dennis Buckley, class of 1976.
Here.
James N. Burford, class of 1976.
Here.
Paul Lozano Canning, class of 1976.
Here.
Dr. Catherine Burdell Capel, class of 1976.
Here.
Dr. Thurman Ray Crawford, class of 1976.
Here.
James Hillman Eves, class of 1976.
Here.
Shi Swan Feng, class of 1976.
Here.
Michael Dean Fox, class of 1976.
Here.
Dr. Mary Catherine Gloyd, class of 1976.
Here.
Mary Janet Gordon, class of 1976.
Here.
Gray Farley Grantham, class of 1976.
Here.
George Robert Gray, class of 1976. Todd William Griesenbeck, class of 1976. Lieutenant Colonel John Gibson Hamilton, class of 1976.
Here.
Henry Stephen Hansen, class of 1976.
Here.
Joe R. Hatcher, Jr., class of 1976.
Here.
Richard Michael Hickson, class of 1976.
Here.
Billy Don Horn, class of 1976.
Here.
Ronald Glenn Hubby, class of 1976.
Here.
Father David James Ivy, class of 1976.
Here.
Jerry Carlton Jacquez, class of 1976.
Here.
Dr. Paul Edward Jobert, class of 1976.
Here.
Richard T. Rick Kercheval, Jr., class of 1976.
Here.
Jorge E. Curry, class of 1976.
Here.
Max Milton Lamb III, class of 1976.
Here.
Frank Donnan Matthews III, class of 1976.
Here.
Gerald Daniel McCaskill, class of 1976. David Herbert Morrell, class of 1976.
Here.
Michael Patrick O'Connor, class of 1976.
Here.
James Donald Payne, class of 1976.
Here.
James Carter Payton, class of 1976.
Here.
Joseph Clark Pittman, class of 1976.
Here.
Robert Lee Prosky, class of 1976. Rebecca Marie Quinn, class of 1976.
Here.
Stephen Allen Ramsey, class of 1976.
Here.
Dr. David North Reams, class of 1976.
Here.
Dr. Jimmy Mack Ritchie, class of 1976.
Here.
Dr. Stephen Blair Schneider, class of 1976.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Donald Arthur Schwartz, class of 1976.
Here.
Gerald R. Steck, class of 1976.
Here.
Glenn Roy Urban, class of 1976.
Here.
David Luther Waddy, class of 1976.
Here.
John Townsend White, class of 1976.
Here.
Verna Bell Wicks Johnson Fontenot, class of 1976.
Here.
David Anthony Williamson, class of 1976.
Here.
Dr. William Burton Williamson, class of 1976.
Here.
Stand for Me by Patricia Bell Millsap, class of 1979. Will you stand for me at muster when I leave this earthly plane? Will you answer for me clearly when they call out my name? Will you speak of me a time or two when Aggies gather round? Especially at a football game at Kyle Field's hallowed ground. If you can do these things for me, I'll know I'm still a part of the school and friends I leave behind that filled this Aggie heart.
Morris Webster Addison, class of 1977.
Here.
Randy Earl Berry, class of 1977.
Here.
William Harvey Betts, Jr., class of 1977.
Here.
Jerry Wayne Black, class of 1977.
Here.
Lisa A. Brandt, class of 1977.
Here.
Francis Bravo, class of 1977.
Here.
Shirley Ann Burkhalter, class of 1977.
Here.
Walter Bruce Cater, class of 1977.
Here.
Dr. Carolyn Clark Simpson, class of 1977.
Here.
Dr. George R. Colfer, class of 1977.
Here.
Joseph Anthony Comeau, class of 1977.
Here.
James Robert Cooper, class of 1977.
Here.
Robert Lewis Cromer, class of 1977. Wayne Edward Crooks, class of 1977.
Here.
Dorothy Lou Croson, class of 1977.
Here.
Dr. Gerald Dewey Dodd III, class of 1977.
Here.
Dr. William Rost Falco, class of 1977.
Here.
Deborah Lee Gensler, class of 1977.
Here.
Thomas Ralph Grass, class of 1977.
Here.
Jane Ann Sullivan Halley, class of 1977.
Here.
Reverend Thomas John Hannes III, class of 1977.
Here.
Kathy Sue Hawkins, class of 1977.
Here.
Sam Francis Hill III, class of 1977.
Here.
Ronald James Hollis, class of 1977.
Here.
Farrell David Hollab, class of 1977.
Here.
George O'Kelly Hughes III, class of 1977.
Here.
Kay Johnson Iandoli, class of 1977.
Here.
Elaine Ruth Ingram, class of 1977.
Here.
Danny Lynn Ingram, class of 1977.
Here.
Ronnie Lane Jones, class of 1977. Dr. Donna L. Jewell, class of 1977.
Here.
David Lynn Justice, class of 1977. Mark Gregory Langwell, class of 1977.
Here.
Elizabeth Lucier, class of 1977. Paul Anthony Leyendecker, class of 1977.
Here.
Dr. Barbara R. Lindsay, class of 1977. Grady Winston Manning, class of 1977.
Here.
Dr. Hampton Deal Makeda, class of 1977.
Here.
Michael Vincent McCarthy, class of 1977.
Here.
Wayne Leroy McCulloch, class of 1977.
Here.
Anthony J. Meyer, class of 1977.
Here.
Nelda Elizabeth Moody, class of 1977.
Here.
Roy L. Mullins, class of 1977. Stephen Edward Nash, class of 1977.
Here.
Martin F. Nellius III, class of 1977.
Here.
David Arthur Peering Sr., class of 1977. Arnold Dean Ramming, class of 1977.
Here.
Edward Lewis Richardson, class of 1977.
Here.
Theodore Ferguson Sanders, class of 1977.
Here.
Bernard Lewis Schindler, Jr., class of 1977.
Here.
Randolph L. Slater, class of 1977.
Here.
Kenneth Eugene Stouffer, class of 1977.
Here.
Deborah Tolleson, class of 1977.
Here.
Carolyn Jean Wells, class of 1977.
Here.
Victor Ray Williams, class of 1977.
Here.
Jesse F. Zaragoza, class of 1977. James Edward Alexander, class of 1978.
Here.
Dr. Joseph Bartholomew Baca, class of 1978.
Here.
Daniel Lee Bailey, Jr., class of 1978.
Here.
Jack H. Barker, Jr., class of 1978. Dr. John Charles Barnes, class of 1978.
Here.
Martha Loy Bisai, class of 1978.
Here.
Robert Bruce Bland, class of 1978. James Mark Burns, class of 1978.
Here.
Michael Dwayne Burton, class of 1978. James Taylor Carr, class of 1978.
Here.
Roger Trevino Carrillo, class of 1978. David Lee Davis, Jr., class of 1978.
Here.
Dr. Eleanor Gay Davis, class of 1978. Johnny Mitchell Day, class of 1978.
Here.
William Michael Denny, class of 1978.
Dr. John Guy Inlow, class of 1978.
Here.
Kim Patricia Fiesel, class of 1978.
Here.
Willie Roy Gentry, class of 1978.
Here.
Kevin Grant Gunter, class of 1978.
Here.
The Reverend Amy Dion Harrelson, class of 1978.
Here.
Felicia Slatopper Hole, class of 1978.
Here.
Dr. Danny Michael Hugi, class of 1978.
Here.
Dr. Jajish Nath John, class of 1978.
Here.
James Patrick Kerr, class of 1978.
Here.
Conrad R. Lozano, class of 1978.
Here.
Michael Earl Mike McMahon, class of 1978.
Here.
Colonel John Eloy Montemayor, class of 1978.
Here.
June Carolyn Morgan, class of 1978.
Here.
Wanda June Parker, class of 1978.
Here.
Eric M. Prossi, class of 1978.
Here.
Ian Mackenzie Ramsey, class of 1978.
Here.
Richard Jose Schlalebach, class of 1978.
Here.
Gerald Boyd Stice, class of 1978.
Here.
Vance Roderick Talley, class of 1978.
Here.
Ben Allen Wallace, class of 1978.
Here.
Dr. Robert D. White, class of 1978.
Here.
Donna Jean Whitworth, class of 1978.
Here.
Mara A. Winkler, class of 1978.
Here.
David Charles Adams, class of 1979.
Here.
Dr. Karen Sue Agler, class of 1979.
Here.
Eugene Morris Asbel, class of 1979.
Here.
Ogden Loeb Bass III, class of 1979.
Here.
Richard G. Bertelson, class of 1979.
Here.
Dr. John Homer Blackstone, Jr., class of 1979.
Here.
Darrell Glenn Blanton, class of 1979.
Here.
Charles Lewis Brenton, III, class of 1979.
Here.
Blaine Hall Bull, class of 1979.
Here.
Robert Walker Campbell, class of 1979.
Here.
Joseph Michael Culver, class of 1979.
Here.
Bruce P. Cummings, class of 1979.
Here.
Dr. Robert Joseph Zakowski, class of 1979.
Here.
James Howard Evatt, class of 1979. Donnie Lee Farrow, class of 1979.
Here.
Quentin Ray Godsey, class of 1979.
Here.
Major Michael Renee Grissom, class of 1979. Larry Wayne Hogg, class of 1979. J. Benton Hancock, class of 1979. Scott Dennis Herring, class of 1979. Kenneth Ray Harvey, class of 1979. Glenn Thomas Highfill, class of 1979. Dr. Hillary Ann Hempler, class of 1979. Dr. Robert Clarence Jones III, class of 1979. Bruce Edward Calipatch, class of 1979. Charles Michael Lovell, class of 1979. James Perry Malone, Jr., class of 1979. Dennis John McCarn, class of 1979. Major Michael Allen McCartney, class of 1979. Willis Richard McCreary, class of 1979. Bruce William McNabb, class of 1979. Glenn Allen Mock, class of 1979. Paul Michael Mike Novotny, class of 1979. Dana Lynn Olson, class of 1979. Danny Clay O'Quinn, class of 1979. James Kennan Parma, class of 1979. Michael Edwin Patman, class of 1979. Dr. Richard Greer Percy, class of 1979.
Here.
Barbara Randall, class of 1979.
Here.
Bruce Edward Rice, class of 1979.
Here.
Blake Eugene Roderick, class of 1979.
Here.
Timothy Charles Sadler, class of 1979.
Here.
Stephen Santa Anna, class of 1979. John Stanton Saunders, class of 1979. Samuel Dirk C., class of 1979.
Here.
Mark Adams Sizemore, class of 1979.
Here.
Dr. William David Bill Stanoa, class of 1979.
Here.
John William Stokes, class of 1979.
Here.
Dennis Dwayne Stewart, class of 1979.
Here.
Michael Wayne Thompson, class of 1979.
Here.
Keith William Wadding, class of 1979.
Here.
Robert Eugene Wallace, Jr., class of 1979.
Here.
David Allen Warden, class of 1979.
Here.
Joseph Don Zotter, Sr., class of 1979.
Here.
Jesse Adolph Booley, class of 1980.
Here.
Bobby Kane, class of 1980. Ronald C. Clark, class of 1980.
Here.
Peggy Ann Cook, class of 1980.
Here.
Melody S. DeGache, class of 1980.
Here.
Dr. John Thomas Duke, class of 1980.
Here.
William Bradley Duplantis, class of 1980.
Here.
Dr. Donald Enriquez Dial, class of 1980. Ricky Brent Elliott, class of 1980.
Here.
Kenneth Franklin Fabian, class of 1980.
Here.
Becky McWhorter Green, class of 1980. Michael Edward Hagan, class of 1980.
Here.
Anne George Harding, class of 1980.
Here.
Elizabeth Selena Hayes, class of 1980. Minette Martin Hewer, class of 1980.
Here.
Clark Ramsey Hull, class of 1980.
Here.
Sammy Lee Jaquez, class of 1980.
Here.
Melissa Jean Jones, class of 1980.
Here.
Michael Wayne Kriegel, class of 1980.
Here.
Scott Matthew Lambers, class of 1980.
Here.
Molly Darlene Manis Smith, class of 1980.
Here.
Robert Ames McHenry, class of 1980.
Here.
Brian Sean McKenzie, class of 1980.
Here.
Pamela Denise Milam, class of 1980.
Here.
Dr. Jeffrey Allen Nelson, class of 1980.
Here.
Thomas E. Nestra, class of 1980.
Here.
William Davis Northcutt IV, class of 1980.
Here.
Harlan Eugene Elke, class of 1980.
Here.
Ralph Edward Pitts, class of 1980.
Here.
Earl Lynn Pullen, class of 1980.
Here.
Annelle Glenn Weinberg, class of 1980.
Here.
Kells Franklin Rumsey, class of 1980. Houston Doan Shockley, class of 1980. Richard Clarence Shoemake, class of 1980. Belinda Darlene Schufelt, class of 1980.
Here.
Dr. Fanny Elkin Smith, class of 1980. Earl Scott Staton, class of 1980.
Here.
Dorothy Jean Torno, class of 1980.
Here.
Mark Dwayne Trouts, class of 1980.
Here.
Matthew James Walsh, class of 1980.
Here.
Stephen Paul Watson, class of 1980.
Here.
Kevin Clyde White, class of 1980.
Here.
Thomas Ashley Wilkes, class of 1980.
Here.
Douglas Allen Wood, class of 1980.
Here.
William Allen Bacon, class of 1981.
Here.
Dr. Randall Lynn Beckman, class of 1981.
Here.
Vera Jaylene Brown, class of 1981.
Here.
Michael Francis Corbett, class of 1981.
Here.
Aurelio Correa II, class of 1981.
Here.
Dr. Michelle Elaine Dunham, class of 1981.
Here.
James David Ellington, class of 1981.
Here.
Arthur John Fineout II, class of 1981.
Here.
Commander Joseph Bancroft Hall, Jr., class of 1981.
Here.
Dr. Dirk David Hughes, class of 1981. Dr. Jeffrey Allen Jones, class of 1981.
Here.
Kevin Merlin Lamza, class of 1981.
Here.
James Warner Lawson, class of 1981.
Here.
Paul David Leslie, class of 1981.
Here.
Michael David McCoy, class of 1981.
Here.
Nona Lee McElroy, class of 1981.
Here.
Reverend Cosity J. Melton Jr., class of 1981.
Here.
Darlene Faye Mercer, class of 1981.
Here.
Dennis Lee Patrick, class of 1981.
Here.
Gary Jean Shannon, class of 1981.
Here.
Dr. Robin B. Schaffner, class of 1981.
Here.
Dr. Stephen Barry Springer, class of 1981.
Here.
Jeffrey Clay Stalonis, class of 1981.
Here.
David Haskell Strange, Jr., class of 1981.
Here.
Teresa M. Studeville, class of 1981.
Here.
Philip Leo Suter, class of 1981.
Here.
Jim Ed Wines, class of 1981.
Here.
Hilario Gerardo Ibarra, class of 1981.
Here.
Douglas Allen Adams, class of 1982.
Here.
Betty Ann Ashby, class of 1982.
Here.
Philip Benjamin Baldwin, Jr., class of 1982.
Here.
Clayton Gerald Calhoun, class of 1982.
Here.
Daniel Joseph Dimmers, class of 1982.
Here.
Dr. Paul Oliver Enerson, class of 1982.
Here.
Brent Norman Gunter, class of 1982.
Here.
Benjamin Clyde Hancock, class of 1982.
Here.
Dr. Joe Pascal Holland, class of 1982.
Here.
Gregory Lee Hood, class of 1982.
Here.
Dr. Harry Glenn Hughes, class of 1982.
Here.
Jerry Glenn Hughes, class of 1982.
Here.
Jody M. Irwin, class of 1982.
Here.
David Wayne Ivy, class of 1982.
Here.
Michael Elias Kramer, class of 1982.
Here.
Jamie Luthold, class of 1982.
Here.
Dr. Bonnie Lee Longnian, class of 1982.
Here.
Kenneth James Magliolo, class of 1982.
Here.
Ruth A. Matheny, class of 1982.
Here.
Benita McClellan Allen, class of 1982. Susan Kathleen McClure, class of 1982.
Here.
Janet Merrill McMurray, class of 1982.
Here.
Sherry Lynn Mercer, class of 1982. Michael Doyle Murphy, class of 1982. Dr. Ann Penny Newton, class of 1982.
Here.
Pamela Jean Patton, class of 1982.
Here.
Dr. Bobby Jack Phipps, class of 1982.
Here.
Deborah Savarese Kazuski, class of 1982. Dr. David Russell Seguin, class of 1982.
Here.
Joy E. Skaggs, class of 1982.
Here.
Dr. Fred Smith Jr., class of 1982.
Ronald Tyler Smith, Jr., class of 1982. Sharon C. Staley, class of 1982.
Here.
Terry Jourdain Cease, class of 1982. Jock Brian Sutherland, class of 1982. Jose Gary Trevino, class of 1982. Patricia Fullagar Willems, class of 1982. Donald Eugene Radislaw, class of 1982.
Here.
David William Young, class of 1982.
Here.
James Brent Bilberry, class of 1983.
Here.
Tommy Wilson Bryan, class of 1983.
Here.
Michael John Briotti, class of 1983. Elizabeth Ann Bullers, class of 1983.
Here.
John Burford Butters, class of 1983.
Here.
Dr. Gloria Lorinda Bird, class of 1983. Kai Stefan Capps, class of 1983.
Here.
Dr. Thomas Frederick Carlson, class of 1983.
Here.
James Newell Cato, class of 1983.
Here.
Dr. Ruth Laverne Constant, class of 1983.
Here.
Thomas Andrew Corson, class of 1983.
Here.
Kimberly Ann Dale, class of 1983. David Lee Fisher, class of 1983.
Here.
Vincente Fuentes, class of 1983.
Here.
Mark Thomas Golson, class of 1983.
Here.
Joseph L. Gerzicki, class of 1983.
Here.
Margaret Wolke Hankins, class of 1983.
Here.
Kathy Marie Hody, class of 1983.
Here.
Doris Jean Homeyer, class of 1983.
Here.
Jessica Ann Knowles, class of 1983.
Here.
Michael C. Kolaja, class of 1983.
Here.
Charles Roger Kunze, class of 1983.
Here.
Donald Lynn Martin, class of 1983.
Here.
Ruth Louise Martin, class of 1983.
Here.
Greg Allen Olson, class of 1983.
Here.
Denise Faye Padfield, class of 1983.
Here.
David Craig Pruitt, class of 1983.
Here.
Julie Diane Schreiber, class of 1983.
Here.
Mark Hanson Shirley, class of 1983. David Michael Smith, class of 1983.
Here.
Mark Waddell Stevens, class of 1983.
Here.
Dr. Robert H. Stobert, class of 1983. Leroy W. Sutherland, Jr., class of 1983.
Here.
Dr. Elizabeth Carlin Vance, class of 1983.
Here.
Mary Lee Yon, class of 1983.
Here.
William Dodson Adams, class of 1984.
Here.
Dr. James K. Bailey, class of 1984.
Here.
Victoria Ann Baker, class of 1984.
Here.
Rebecca Bell, class of 1984.
Here.
Desiree Bonning, class of 1984.
Here.
Robert Jack Campbell, class of 1984.
Here.
Stephen Paul Clemens, class of 1984.
Here.
Daryl Gordon Cole, class of 1984.
Here.
Warner G. Kugler, Jr., class of 1984.
Here.
Jose Antonio Corletto Villado, class of 1984. Adrian Owensby Cox, class of 1984.
Here.
George Bradley Durrell, class of 1984.
Here.
Douglas Hilton Giroux, class of 1984.
Here.
Lorene Marie Golden, class of 1984.
Here.
Larry C. Gonzalez, class of 1984.
Here.
Dr. James Thomas Goodwin, Sr., class of 1984.
Here.
Mark Allen Gowdy, class of 1984.
Here.
John Robert Haas, class of 1984.
Here.
Mark M. Hampton, class of 1984.
Here.
Todd Mitchell Hanley, class of 1984.
Here.
Christine Harvey, class of 1984.
Here.
Scott David Jepson, class of 1984.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Jerome Weldon Kelly, class of 1984.
Here.
James Everett Kersey, class of 1984.
Here.
Donald Mark Landry, class of 1984.
Here.
Dr. Robert Louis Lastavica, class of 1984.
Here.
David Michael Lieberton, class of 1984.
Here.
John Charles Lidoff, class of 1984.
Here.
Rebecca Mayer, class of 1984.
Here.
Virginia Amalia Lily McDermott Schlusey, class of 1984. Brian Glenn McDonald, class of 1984. William Mitchell McMillan, class of 1984.
Here.
Jeffrey Paul Nowak, class of 1984.
Here.
Lucille Obar, class of 1984.
Here.
Alan Andrew Payne, class of 1984.
Here.
Stephanie Lynn Reynolds, class of 1984.
Here.
Dr. John Shannon Sappington, class of 1984.
Here.
Kyle William Soderman, class of 1984.
Here.
Scott Bowman Steinbach, class of 1984.
Here.
Alan Jeffrey Vitetto, class of 1984.
Here.
John Clark Wade, class of 1984.
Here.
Darrell Lee Warren, class of 1984.
Here.
Dr. Dan Lear Watkins, class of 1984. Ray Don Woods, class of 1984.
Here.
Stanley Fuming Yin, class of 1984. Matt Donald Andrews, class of 1985.
Here.
James Dudley Barnett, class of 1985. William Hubert Bodden, class of 1985.
Here.
Richard W. B. Davis, class of 1985.
Here.
Arnold James Derrickson III, class of 1985.
Here.
George Tyler Dow, Jr., class of 1985.
Here.
Jack Merrill Fryer, class of 1985.
Here.
King Chong I Fung, class of 1985.
Here.
Heather Yvonne Harper, class of 1985.
Here.
Dr. Hilda Helen Hatzel, class of 1985.
Here.
Dr. Gwendolyn May Hawk, class of 1985.
Here.
Eddie Carolyn Henry, class of 1985.
Here.
Jeffrey Allen Johnston, class of 1985.
Here.
Robert Peter Kelleher, class of 1985.
Here.
Kathy Joe Lejeune, class of 1985.
Here.
Justin J. Laux, class of 1985.
Here.
Bruce Rector Martin, class of 1985.
Here.
Jennifer Lee Martin, class of 1985.
Here.
Mike Russell McDonald, class of 1985.
Here.
Robert M. Matrosic, class of 1985.
Here.
Donna Jean Mormon, class of 1985. Colonel Douglas Grant Albridge, class of 1985. Barbara Lynn Paul, class of 1985. Philip Charles Roger Jr., class of 1985. Dr. Mary Ann Shaw, class of 1985. Ann M. Cyphers, class of 1985. Richard Colin Stafford, class of 1985.
Here.
J. Paul Stewart, class of 1985.
Here.
Dr. Brenda Beth Taylor, class of 1985.
Here.
Donna Suzanne Teague Kahn, class of 1985.
Here.
John B. Thompson, class of 1985.
Here.
David Allen Tilton, class of 1985.
Here.
Kenneth Henderson Tenner, class of 1985.
Here.
Lisa Gicino Toman, class of 1985.
Here.
Richard Lyle Rick Trout, class of 1985.
Here.
Anne Marie Tuckwood, class of 1985.
Here.
Dr. John Douglas Waxter, class of 1985.
Here.
Bradley Clark Wilton, class of 1985. Francis Martin White, III, class of 1985.
Here.
Kari Michelle Allen, class of 1986.
Here.
Simone J. Bailey, class of 1986. Alfred Bereniva, class of 1986.
Here.
Christopher Lawrence Boyd, class of 1986. Gregory John Calvin, class of 1986.
Here.
William Bruce Kirker, class of 1986.
Here.
John David Chimmel, class of 1986. Brian Patrick Coleman, class of 1986.
Here.
Mont Wayne Davenport, class of 1986.
Here.
Dr. Juanita Baker Felder, class of 1986.
Here.
Robert Francis Fiddle, class of 1986.
Here.
Carlton Dean Floyd, class of 1986.
Here.
Reverend John Fluth, class of 1986.
Here.
Chester Stephen Givdry, class of 1986.
Here.
Robert D. Heater, class of 1986.
Here.
Dr. Dat Gustave Hugelun, class of 1986.
Here.
Wesley William Hicks, class of 1986. Douglas Clark Hildinger, class of 1986.
Here.
Patricia Ruth Horick, class of 1986.
Here.
Don Richard Eiley, class of 1986.
Here.
Robin Lee Jones, class of 1986.
Here.
Dr. Carol Lind, class of 1986.
Here.
Michelle Renee Lord, class of 1986.
Here.
Yvette Ann Menking, class of 1986.
Here.
David Ashley Moon, class of 1986.
Here.
James Richard O'Brien, class of 1986.
Here.
Dr. Joan Helen L. Prouty, class of 1986.
Here.
Robert William Rizzo, class of 1986.
Here.
Thomas Jack Sanders, class of 1986.
Here.
David Michael Scruggs, senior, class of 1986.
Here.
Mary Ann Schutz, class of 1986.
Here.
My good friend Kurt Allen Terry, class of 1986.
Here.
Philip Owen Went, class of 1986.
Here.
Brian Charles Bennett, class of 1987.
Here.
Michael Allen Billings, class of 1987.
Here.
Timothy John Bowling, class of 1987.
Here.
Charles Edward Bourne, class of 1987.
Here.
Dr. Jan Michelle Brewer, class of 1987.
Here.
Stephen Seth Britt, class of 1987.
Here.
Kevin Noel Brown, class of 1987.
Here.
Ernesto Canales Jr., class of 1987.
Here.
Orlin Owen DeFratz Jr., class of 1987.
Here.
Charles Michael Dosakal, class of 1987.
Here.
William Joseph Donarski, class of 1987. Gregory T. Economedes, class of 1987.
Here.
Dr. Carl Eric Fulton, class of 1987.
Here.
McKeel Gregory Hodge, senior, class of 1987.
Here.
Dr. Mark Edward Homer, class of 1987.
Here.
Marcel Patricia Huffendick, class of 1987.
Here.
Richard Xavier Kellogg, class of 1987. Kim Lenore Kimsey's, class of 1987.
Here.
Martha Ann Nobelsdorf, class of 1987.
Here.
Neely Charles Lewis, class of 1987.
Here.
James Thomas Lyles, class of 1987.
Here.
William Webster Matthews, class of 1987.
Here.
Charles Bryce McEwen, class of 1987.
Here.
Mac Keith Moki, class of 1987.
Here.
Thomas Michael Tom Niemeyer, class of 1987.
Here.
Tamra K. Paulos, class of 1987.
Here.
Karen Lynn Perium, class of 1987.
Here.
Grant Allen Regland, class of 1987.
Here.
Gregory Paul Ricard, class of 1987.
Here.
Brian Earl Rollins, class of 1987.
Here.
Reagan Cartwright Roshak, class of 1987.
Here.
Terry Bruce Smith, class of 1987.
Here.
Teresa Lynn Tarrant, class of 1987.
Here.
Gary Warner Truman, class of 1987.
Here.
Samantha Jane Wright, class of 1987.
Here.
Todd Stephen Andrews, class of 1988.
Here.
Mark Joseph Bednar, class of 1988.
Here.
Michael Steele Mike Barrand, class of 1988.
Here.
Mary Ellen Ruby Bell, class of 1988.
Here.
Dr. Georgia Leah Brown, class of 1988. John David Brusenhahn, class of 1988.
Here.
Alan Gerard Burke, class of 1988.
Here.
Michael Wayne Bush, class of 1988.
Here.
Stephen Christopher Childers, class of 1988.
Here.
Elizabeth Christine Feeves, class of 1988. James David Graham, class of 1988.
Here.
Byron Landis Graves, class of 1988.
Here.
Dr. William Francis Harmon, class of 1988.
Here.
Alan Ray Hausman, class of 1988.
Here.
Roger Doyle Hostenbach, class of 1988. Joseph Kelly Hoffpower, class of 1988. Dr. Janine A. Huney, class of 1988.
Here.
Lisa Renee Kennedy, class of 1988.
Here.
Matthew Wayne Kent, class of 1988.
Here.
Thomas Dan Little, class of 1988.
Here.
Andrew J. McNamara, class of 1988. Jeffrey Lowell Pittman, class of 1988.
Here.
Samuel Pry, class of 1988.
Here.
Kathleen Tracy Robertson, class of 1988.
Here.
Dr. Janice Louise Seahorn, class of 1988.
Here.
Ashlyn Jonette Shell, class of 1988.
Here.
Pamela Leslie Swinson, class of 1988.
Here.
Keith Allen Varga, class of 1988.
Here.
Boyd Elton Waltman, Jr., class of 1988.
Here.
Dr. Robert Allen Wheeler, class of 1988.
Here.
John R. Williams, Jr., class of 1988.
Here.
Douglas Andrew Bauman, class of 1989.
Here.
Yolanda Yvette Brown, class of 1989.
Here.
Michelle Suzanne Campbell, class of 1989.
Here.
Patrick Vernon Childers, class of 1989.
Here.
Nelda Sue Crawford, class of 1989.
Here.
Dr. Jessica Gwen Davis, class of 1989.
Here.
Stephen Michael Edwards, class of 1989.
Here.
Thomas Arig, class of 1989.
Here.
Mary Lee Fowler, class of 1989.
Here.
Daniel David Jordan, class of 1989.
Here.
Aber Lucinda Martinez, class of 1989.
Here.
Brady Sullivan McCrory, class of 1989.
Here.
Daniel John Miller, class of 1989.
Here.
Sidney Allen Mondin, class of 1989.
Here.
Dr. Rebecca Faye Nolan, class of 1989.
Here.
Terry Oliver Norrell, class of 1989.
Here.
Dr. Lynn Carolee Owens, class of 1989.
Here.
Michael Wayne Penny, class of 1989.
Here.
Bradley Mark Perry, class of 1989.
Here.
Richard Austin Plank, class of 1989.
Here.
Cynthia Ann Snyder, class of 1989.
Here.
Rhonda L. Soyo, class of 1989.
Here.
Dr. Mary Teresa Weiss, class of 1989.
Here.
Paul John Thomas Woodfin, class of 1989.
Here.
Edward Henley Yantis, class of 1989.
Here.
Brian Patrick Atherton, class of 1990.
Here.
Truett Weldon Bates, class of 1990. Terrence Donnell Brooks, class of 1990.
Here.
James Hutchison Bryan, Jr., class of 1990.
Here.
Paul Douglas Corrick, class of 1990.
Here.
Tiana Joe Faltree Okonkwo, class of 1990.
Here.
Thomas James Halleck, class of 1990.
Here.
Sandra L. Hodge, class of 1990.
Here.
Nancy Jane Holly, class of 1990.
Here.
John Denny Hughes, class of 1990.
Here.
Preston Dale Hudson, class of 1990.
Here.
Susan Susie Muskoff Kushlin, class of 1990. Stephen Wade Landis, class of 1990. Jill R. McGrath, class of 1990.
Here.
Charles David Marshall, class of 1990.
Here.
Melanie Dawn Mitchell, class of 1990.
Here.
David Kenneth Rockefeller, class of 1990.
Here.
William Jeffrey Spearman, class of 1990.
Here.
Elizabeth K. Stepp, class of 1990.
Here.
Dr. Alan Brian Stevens, class of 1990.
Here.
Scott Anthony Strenadel, class of 1990.
Here.
Carol Marie Tomlinson, class of 1990.
Here.
Blake Nelson Ballard, class of 1991.
Here.
Derek Foster Beck, class of 1991.
Here.
Edward Harrison Bush III, class of 1991.
Here.
Travis E. Colburn, class of 1991.
Here.
Christopher Allen DeVries, class of 1991.
Here.
Dr. Eddie Ray Dunn, class of 1991.
Here.
Stanley Brian Easley, class of 1991.
Here.
Randall Scott Eckhart, class of 1991.
Here.
Milton Joseph Haas III, class of 1991. Martin Allen Hunter, class of 1991.
Here.
Robert Wesley Irby, class of 1991.
Here.
Stephen Wayne Johnson, class of 1991.
Here.
Dr. Bruce Gordon Kempf, class of 1991.
Here.
Alan Thomas Cooch, Jr., class of 1991.
Here.
Terry Lynn Lefeste, class of 1991. Cameron John Miller, class of 1991. Robert James Nietzschwich, class of 1991. Stephanie Lynn Seelk, class of 1991. Madeline Caroline Slay, class of 1991.
Here.
Wiley Forrest Tackett, class of 1991.
Here.
Lisa Marie Thompson, class of 1991.
Here.
Dr. Randall Lionel Waller, class of 1991.
Here.
Laura Elizabeth Young, class of 1991.
Here.
Jose Manuel Belina, class of 1991.
Here.
Joe Ann Becerra, class of 1991.
Here.
Douglas Jean Bramlett, class of 1991.
Here.
Ismaro Cardenas Jr., class of 1991.
Here.
Christian Arl Carlson, class of 1991.
Here.
Linda Diane Chapman, class of 1991.
Here.
Stacy Lynn Carluccio Powers, class of 1991.
Here.
Danielle DiLieto Jr., class of 1991.
Here.
Ara LaShawn Duke, class of 1991.
Here.
Dr. Randall K. Garber, class of 1992.
Here.
Nicole Horton, class of 1992. John Jerome Knott, class of 1992.
Here.
Troy Allen Langfield, class of 1992. Stanley Joseph Lejeune Jr., class of 1992.
Here.
Jason Clark Marshall, class of 1992.
Here.
John Anthony Matt, class of 1992.
Here.
Sabrina Day McCarty, class of 1992.
Here.
Pamela Antoinette McCauley, class of 1992. Patricia Oden, class of 1992.
Here.
Aldo Martin Rentiera, class of 1992.
Here.
Melinda Lonette Roberts, class of 1992.
Here.
Bradford Frank Scoggins, class of 1992.
Here.
Laura Dow Spalding, class of 1992.
Here.
Lance Lindell Sullins, class of 1992.
Here.
Ronald Joseph Thomas, class of 1992.
Here.
Phyllis Helen White, class of 1992.
Here.
All is Well by Henry Scott Holland. Death is nothing at all. I have only slipped into the next room. I am I, and you are you. Whatever we were to each other, that we are still. Call me by my old familiar name. Speak to me in the easy way which you always used. Put no difference in your tone. Wear no forced air of solemnity or sorrow. Laugh as we always laughed at the little jokes we enjoyed together. Play, smile, think of me, pray for me. Let my name be ever the household word that it always was. Let it be spoken without effect, without the trace of shadow on it. Life means all that it ever meant. It is the same as it ever was. There is unbroken continuity. Why should I be out of mind because I am out of sight? I am waiting for you, for an interval, somewhere very near, just around the corner. All is well.
Joseph David Baxley, class of 1993.
Here.
Patrick Allen Becker, class of 1993.
Here.
Todd Allen Blackley, class of 1993.
Here.
David Wayne Bratton, class of 1993.
Here.
Dr. Robert Trent Berkey, class of 1993.
Here.
Jana Lee Custer, class of 1993.
Here.
Dr. Harold Thomas DeKunder, class of 1993.
Here.
Terj Egustad, class of 1993.
Here.
William Thurman Evans III, class of 1993. Kevin Timothy Hasse, class of 1993.
Here.
Jason Lee Andrew Harsh, class of 1993.
Here.
Charles Patrick Charlie Hastings, class of 1993.
Here.
Kimberly June Hayes, class of 1993.
Here.
Stephanie Jenkins, class of 1993.
Here.
Dr. Shirley Marie Joyner, class of 1993. Jenna Beth Madeley, class of 1993.
Here.
Eric Joseph Martello, class of 1993.
Here.
Tanya Noonan, class of 1993.
Here.
Tamara Renee Otts, class of 1993.
Here.
Christopher Todd Penn, class of 1993.
Here.
Craig Richard Perto, class of 1993.
Here.
Dr. Patricia A. Powers, class of 1993.
Here.
Dr. William Preston Powers, Jr., class of 1993.
Here.
Dr. Peter John Running, class of 1993.
Here.
John Sheridan Savage, class of 1993.
Here.
James McCord Sewell III, class of 1993.
Here.
Dr. Marlene Louise Stover, class of 1993.
Here.
George Wesley West, class of 1993.
Here.
Dr. Shi Zhang, class of 1993.
Here.
Michael Lee Burns II, class of 1994.
Here.
P. Embry Canterbury, class of 1994.
Here.
Kyle Thomas Clark, class of 1994.
Here.
Lakita Scott Dawkins, class of 1994.
Here.
Amy Elaine Hinton, class of 1994.
Here.
Dr. Christina Lynn Johnson, class of 1994.
Here.
Juan Antonio Martinez, class of 1994. Sammy Keith McLean, class of 1994. Michelle Dawn McStravick, class of 1994.
Here.
Vaughn Eric Perez, class of 1994. Dr. Deshay Elizabeth Sato, class of 1994. Kathleen Teresa Streckfuss, class of 1994. Joel Eli Trevino, class of 1994.
Here.
Jeffrey Lee Vogt, class of 1994.
Here.
Kylie Kristen Anglin, class of 1995.
Here.
Michelle Buckler, class of 1995.
Here.
Robin Elizabeth Carroll, class of 1995.
Here.
Ace Christine Cooper, class of 1995.
Here.
Dave Ira Davis, class of 1995.
Here.
Charles Edward Dyson II, class of 1995.
Here.
Betty Lou Elder, class of 1995.
Here.
Dr. Amy Manning Kirk, class of 1995.
Here.
Robert Houston Legg, class of 1995.
Here.
Carl David Lintner, class of 1995.
Here.
Patricia Marie Loftus, class of 1995.
Here.
Jimon Mathen, class of 1995.
Here.
Dr. Regina Eloise Munson, class of 1995.
Here.
Peter Michael Nigro, class of 1995.
Here.
Brandy Cherie Norris, class of 1995.
Here.
Dr. Joseph F. Powell, class of 1995.
Here.
Michael D. Prince, class of 1995.
Here.
Jose Antonio Ruiz Zuniga, class of 1995.
Here.
Hector H. Vasquez, class of 1995.
Here.
Gerald W. Wynn, class of 1995.
Here.
Zane Ray Bone, class of 1996.
Here.
Carl Leslie Boren, class of 1996.
Here.
Jeffrey Ross Bird, class of 1996.
Here.
Matthew Bryan Davis, class of 1996.
Here.
Dr. Madhav Araguntla, class of 1996.
Here.
Dr. Michael Ray Hambrick, class of 1996.
Here.
Gerald George Hollinger, class of 1996.
Here.
Benjamin Conrad Meyer, class of 1996.
Here.
Kenneth Irwin Murby, class of 1996.
Here.
Joseph Robert Nelson, class of 1996.
Here.
Robert Donald Pizer, class of 1996.
Here.
Ronald Eugene Williams, class of 1996.
Here.
Jeffrey Ruskin B. Healer, class of 1997.
Here.
David Allen Butler, class of 1997.
Here.
Wendy Sue Campbell, class of 1997.
Here.
Bradley Earl Cannon, class of 1997. Don William Corona, class of 1997.
Here.
Gail Karen Clement, class of 1997.
Here.
Donald Wayne Crossland II, class of 1997.
Here.
Jennifer Elaine Grothuse, class of 1997.
Here.
Dr. Judd Gardner Langley, class of 1997.
Here.
Faith Celeste Masieco Krennick, class of 1997.
Here.
Scott Layson McCann, class of 1997. Wendy Harker Risden, class of 1997.
Here.
James Clayton Underwood, class of 1997.
Here.
Kongan Zoe, class of 1997.
Here.
Todd Douglas Colburn, class of 1998.
Here.
Justin Wood Davis, class of 1998.
Here.
Aaron Bess Gabriel Dietrich, class of 1998.
Here.
Christina Marie Flo, class of 1998.
Here.
Christopher Shane Garrett, class of 1998.
Here.
Alfred Hayden Knott, class of 1998.
Here.
Dr. Rebecca Jean McPeak, class of 1998.
Here.
Walter Daniel Melnick, class of 1998.
Here.
John Paul Patterson, class of 1998.
Here.
Joe Sellers Pierce IV, class of 1998.
Here.
Sally Ann Redmond, class of 1998.
Here.
Reba Diane Sens, class of 1998.
Here.
John Shearer Suckup, class of 1998.
Here.
Anthony Tomasi, class of 1998.
Here.
Rebecca R. Wells, class of 1998.
Here.
Randall Lee Barnes, class of 1999.
Here.
Dr. John Allen Belfuel, class of 1999.
Here.
Hilmar Magdaleno Gonzalez, class of 1999.
Here.
Albert Edward Wesley Mayo, class of 1999. Travis Aaron McBurnett, class of 1999. Brian Daniel Moore, class of 1999. Thomas Paul Myers, class of 1999.
Here.
Dr. Kenji Seto, class of 1999.
Here.
Murray Allen Stockinger, II, class of 1999.
Here.
Chad Eric Toops, class of 1999.
Here.
Brett Allen Turpin, class of 1999.
Here.
David Isaac Cantu, class of 2000.
Here.
Eric Mannon Daly, class of 2000.
Here.
Kelly Reagan Gamble, class of 2000.
Here.
Jason Clark Gardner, class of 2000.
Here.
Frank Garrett Heifrin, class of 2000.
Here.
William Blake Jackson, class of 2000.
Here.
Jarrett Kingsley Lott, class of 2000.
Here.
Dr. Clayton James Morris, class of 2000.
Here.
Dathan William Newmeyer, class of 2000.
Here.
Adam Timothy O'Kelly, class of 2000.
Here.
Dr. Stephen Blake Red, class of 2000.
Here.
Marcus Alexander Robbie, class of 2000.
Here.
Daniel Clyde Skinner, class of 2000.
Here.
Stephen Ross Torno, class of 2000. Ricardo Vasquez, class of 2000.
Here.
Dr. Justin Stiles Clark, class of 2001.
Here.
Dr. Larry Michael DeWitt, class of 2001.
Here.
Timothy Allen Dunn, class of 2001.
Here.
Jason Eric Garza, class of 2001.
Here.
Robert Scott McLean, class of 2001.
Here.
Dr. Helene Lewis Andrews Polymenis, class of 2001.
Here.
Jason Leon Samford, class of 2001.
Here.
Curtis Ray Smith, class of 2001.
Here.
Teresa Helen Spaeth, class of 2001.
Here.
William Wayne Vader, class of 2001.
Here.
Dr. Linda L. White, class of 2001. Sloan Braden Whiteley, class of 2001.
Here.
Solomon Lowell Adams, class of 2002.
Here.
James Robert Chandler, class of 2002.
Here.
Drew Matthew Dean, class of 2002. Brian Jeffrey Field, class of 2002.
Here.
Thomas William Gregory, class of 2002.
Here.
Jeffrey David Jenkins, class of 2002.
Here.
Dr. Anita Helene Leffel, class of 2002. William Roy Metz, class of 2002.
Here.
Elizabeth Ann Rutland, class of 2002.
Here.
Diane Xavier, class of 2002.
Here.
Micah Ayers, class of 2002.
Here.
Tracy Nicole Crosby Graves, class of 2003.
Here.
Dr. Julie Denise Heiss, class of 2003.
Here.
Michelle Brooke Johanningsmeyer, class of 2003.
Here.
Sean Francois Callis, class of 2003.
Here.
Skylar John Kuykendall, class of 2003.
Here.
Dr. Sherry Lynn McKibben, class of 2003.
Here.
Blake Edward Morgan, class of 2003.
Here.
Stephen Randall Skiff, class of 2003. David Christopher Kit Smith, class of 2003.
Here.
Crystal K. Yurkiaga, class of 2003. Augustine Charles Augie Villalobos, class of 2003. Jeremy Allen Walker, class of 2003. Aaron Edwards Bell, class of 2004.
Here.
Dr. Lori Cheryl Broughton, class of 2004.
Here.
Daniel Eugene Everly, class of 2004.
Here.
Jennifer Grant, class of 2004.
Here.
Stephen Andrew Ilgenstein, class of 2004.
Here.
Master Sergeant Juan Jaramillo, Jr., class of 2004.
Here.
Michael Benjamin Kubin, class of 2004.
Here.
Jennifer Michelle McDaniel, class of 2004.
Here.
Bianca Joy Milton Avery, class of 2004. Johnny Dwayne Royal, class of 2004.
Here.
Sean David Stroman, class of 2004.
Here.
Scott Daniel Willis, class of 2004. Jerome Donald Wilson, class of 2004.
Here.
Brian Richard Abrams, class of 2005. Benjamin Todd Beckett, Sr., class of 2005.
Here.
Amelia Dawn Kaufman, class of 2005.
Here.
Jerry Colin Crawford, class of 2005.
Here.
Jordan Micah Doty, class of 2005.
Here.
Lindsay Meredith Ortiz, class of 2005.
Here.
Kendall Murray Sandage, class of 2005.
Here.
Dr. Fernando Albertorio, class of 2006. Dr. Bernadette Beta Beatles, class of 2006.
Here.
Glenn Bridges, class of 2006. William Joe Byford, class of 2006. Dr. Joseph Hiram Childs, class of 2006. Kristen Ann Cooper, class of 2006. Joshua Atkins Gary, class of 2006. Robert Kevin Gifford, class of 2006. Dr. George Joseph Hager, class of 2006.
Here.
Dr. Tristan Shelton Leggett, class of 2006.
Here.
Garrett Frank Lissy, class of 2006.
Here.
Kevin Michael Babcock, class of 2007.
Here.
Slade Roger Garner, class of 2007.
Here.
Kent Adrian Langerlin, class of 2007.
Here.
Danny Ray Phillips, Jr., class of 2007.
Here.
Barbara Ellen Shamblin, class of 2007.
Here.
Ian Edwin Carl Wilkinson, class of 2007.
Here.
Reed Elliott Zevenbergen, class of 2007.
Here.
Clinton Charles MacArthur, class of 2008.
Here.
Abby Jolynn Polar, class of 2008.
Here.
William Howard Shell III, class of 2008.
Here.
Benjamin Michael Scott, class of 2008.
Here.
Bennett Burt Vandiver, class of 2008.
Here.
Herbert Merrill Wise, class of 2008.
Here.
David Allen Baker, class of 2009.
Here.
Amber Elizabeth Jackson, class of 2009.
Here.
Ashley Ann Kane, class of 2009.
Here.
Julie Marie Wren, class of 2009.
Here.
Mark Ian Smithard, class of 2009.
Here.
Shannon Nicole Westbrook, class of 2009.
Here.
David Mitchell Besser, class of 2010. Chelsea Lathes Sokolov, class of 2010.
Here.
Christopher Donald Burton, class of 2010. Brian Allen Carpenter, class of 2011.
Here.
Ross Adam Robert Fairgrieve, class of 2011.
Here.
Blake William Gaddy, class of 2011. Dr. Heather Naomi Hayenga, class of 2011.
Here.
Joshua Lawrence Hedrick, class of 2011.
Here.
David Benjamin Heller, class of 2011.
Here.
Patrick Neil Landrum, class of 2011.
Here.
Susan Lee Marks, class of 2011.
Here.
Jason Ross McAllister, class of 2011.
Here.
Christopher Lynn Allison, class of 2012.
Here.
Sahil Dinesh Bhuptani, class of 2012.
Here.
Cassidy Mar Dean, class of 2012.
Here.
Bradley Jordan Dietert, class of 2012. Parker Stewart Leith, class of 2012.
Here.
Kashad Kevin McBean, class of 2012.
Here.
Jessica Ann Nikula, class of 2013.
Here.
Bradley James Osland, class of 2013.
Here.
Kevin Trufan Schulze, class of 2013.
Here.
Jacob Michael Zeman, class of 2013.
Here.
Scott Randall Bankhead, class of 2014.
Here.
Peter Greer Gainey, class of 2014.
Here.
James E. Gibson, class of 2014.
Here.
Brittany Ann Hildebrand, class of 2014.
Here.
Brittany Taylor Kelting, class of 2014.
Here.
Kenneth Andrew Keeneland, class of 2014.
Here.
Courtney Blue McLean, class of 2014.
Here.
Daniel Reed Partridge, class of 2014.
Here.
James Smithson Reynolds IV, class of 2014. Kirby Michael Taylor, class of 2014.
Here.
Carlton Joseph Lee, class of 2015.
Here.
Dr. Raquel Torres Rosenbaum, class of 2015.
Here.
Catherine Elaine Smith, class of 2015.
Here.
Carrie Ann Airing, class of 2016. Dr. Clayton James Cobb, class of 2016. Robert William Davis, class of 2016. Joshua William Jude, class of 2016. Aaron Anthony Schott, class of 2016. Carl A. Zellner, class of 2016.
Here.
Chang Ning Chen, class of 2017.
Here.
Nicholas George Leva, class of 2017.
Here.
Ronald James Nail, class of 2017.
Here.
Earl J. Sheffield IV, class of 2017. Larry Dell Beard, class of 2018. Kyle David Cox, class of 2018.
Here.
Eric Evans Dilworth, class of 2018. Christian Elliott Hogue, class of 2018. Matthew Joseph McGee, class of 2018. Raylene Margaret Ussery Pennington, class of 2018. Nathan Jean Sazansky, class of 2018. Kayla Marie Adkins, class of 2019. Kirk Howard Ammerman, class of 2019. Paul Jeffrey Clary, class of 2019. William Raymond Ferris, class of 2019. Scott Franklin Garrison, class of 2019. Dr. Kenneth Cole Hobbs, class of 2019. Brandon James McGee, class of 2019. Captain Austin William Smith, class of 2019. Jordy Allen Velasquez, class of 2019. Caitlin Ann Dodson, class of 2020. Jacob Zane Warshak, class of 2020. Dr. Lindsay Cheyenne Webster, class of 2020. Grace Hannah Zwerneman, class of 2020. Dr. Madison Elaine Burns, class of 2021. Mingdian Kai, class of 2021. Matthew Palmer Pearson, class of 2021. Kobe O'Brien Poole, class of 2021. Nicholas M. Sudacum, class of 2021.
Wesley Evan Barfield, class of 2022. Sean Garrett Duffy, class of 2022. Dr. Vaibhav Dugal, class of 2022. Mason Spencer Huddleston, class of 2022. Christopher Lynn Jackson, class of 2022. Jaming Chin, class of 2022. Aryan Shetty, class of 2022. Allison Ann Sakiras, class of 2022.
Here.
Shin Guan, class of 2023. Maggie Lisette Hopper, class of 2023. Thomas Seth Rabelais, class of 2023. Brian Joseph Williams, class of 2023. Cameron S. Williams, class of 2023. Colin Michael Ballag, class of 2024. Blake Kevin Harrison Dorman, class of 2024. Colby Brent Fisher, class of 2024. Carmelo Adrian Morales, class of 2024. Zane Weldon Shamblin, class of 2024.
Kelly Elizabeth Tondre, class of 2024. Cheyenne Shu, class of 2024. Brandon Tate Black, class of 2025. Megan Avery Callahan Crejar, class of 2025. Max Tony Ma, class of 2025. Alice May Ching, class of 2025. Arjan Argwal, class of 2026. Mark Joseph Bly, class of 2026. Laney Brooke Burnett, class of 2026. Lucas Augustin Hitters, class of 2026. And Wally Linton Andy Nash, class of 2026. Tony Nguyen, class of 2026. Chelsea Elizabeth Orsoko, class of 2026. Ava Lawson White, class of 2026. Quinn Young King Stingall, class of 2027. Brianna Maria Aguilar, class of 2028. Logan Cade Sawinski, class of 2029. Lillian Elise Vine, class of 2029.
The next segment of the worldwide roll call for the absent includes honored faculty, staff, and friends of Texas A&M.
Jeff Donaldson Bronson Jr. Dr. S. Bart Childs. Norma Jean Dalton. Dr. Stephen H. Daniel. Warren Adams Dixon. Edward R. Doherty Jr. Dr. Scott Finlayson. Dr. Kelly Hester. Dr. Richard Todd Hayes. Dr. John K. Knudsen. Darla Sue McPherson. Dr. Barbara C. O'Brien. Desiree A. Ornelas. Dr. Ragvinda K. Pandy. Dr. Walter Eric Pank Jr. Rocky Kevin Payton Sr. Dr. John Ware Poston Sr. John Lynn Pride. Mason Keith Randall. Chloe Rapey. Dr. Kurt W. Ritter. Dr. William Sharich. Dr. Richard A. Shapery. Robin Shugley. Dr. Terry Warren Spencer. Thomas Tapin Ty. Dr. Ralph A. Zingaro.
Betty Chapman. Maxine Flatt. Justo Emilio Gonzalez. Valerie Eve Mahalco Heisey. Mary C. Hickman. Jean Putnam Johnson. Mary Trebu Loudon. Gayla Reinbolt. Catherine Schneider. Grace B. West.
The final segment of the worldwide roll call for the absent comprises corrections from some of the names that were called incorrectly or that were inadvertently omitted in earlier readings today?
Dr. Mohammed Fazler R. Quasi, class of 1935. Here. Charles Russell Carney, Jr., class of 1936. Here. James J. Deal, Jr., class of 1936. Here. Paul Herbert Lessig, Jr., class of 1936. Here. Joseph G. Smith, Jr., class of 1936. Here. Hoyt Reed Warren, Jr., class of 1936. Here. Reverend Paul Austin Youngs, class of 1936. Here. James A. Hall, class of 1937. Here. Morris Allen Wilcox, class of 1937. Here. Norman O. Imler, class of 1939. Here. Frederick William Innan, class of 1941. Here. Arch Allen Foreman, class of 1941. Here. James Bladen Frost, class of 1941. Here. Joseph Leonard Gross, Jr., class of 1941. Here. William Jack Herring, class of 1941. Here. Commander Robert Marshall Hurt, class of 1942. Here. Reverend Richard Lee Freeman, class of 1952. Here. Charles Joseph Oppersteny, class of 1952. Here. Colonel Philip Dean Snyder, class of 1953. Here. Colonel Brian Stulting Spencer, class of 1953. Here. James Samuel Milligan, class of 1954. Here. Frank Anthony Vetrano, class of 1954. Here. Stanley Arthur Deutscher, class of 1955. Here. Mike Gordoa, Jr., class of 1957. Here. Dr. Charles Metz Charlie Held, Jr., class of 1957. Here. Evan Van Klett, class of 1957. Here. Dr. Albert Max Kohler, Sr., class of 1957. Here. Gerald Lee Layton, class of 1957. Here. Walter Lewis Reynaud, class of 1957. Here. Frank J. Van Breedem, class of 1957. Here. John Albert Kirkpatrick, class of 1958. Here. James Avery Ridgway, Jr., class of 1958. Here. Lieutenant Colonel Carol Glenn Good, class of 1960. Here. John Stephen Latta, Jr., class of 1960. Here. Captain Troy Marcelino, class of 1960. Here. Dan Okubo, class of 1960. Here. Robert George Fritzler, class of 1961. Here. John Leopold Mazak, class of 1961. Here. Winfred Maurice McLeroy, class of 1961. Here. Leonard Allen Josephson, class of 1962. Here. Harry L. McMenemy, class of 1962. Here. Colonel Michael Raymond Siptak, class of 1963. Here. Edwin Clark Berry, Sr., class of 1964. Here. Dennis Edward O'Keefe, class of 1964. Here. Dr. Donald C. Van Riper, class of 1964. Here. Frank Villarreal Benavidez, class of 1965. Here. Frank Xavier Gruen, Jr., class of 1965. Here. Mary Ann Hargis, class of 1965. Here. Arrington Meade Holt, Jr., class of 1965. Here. Dr. James Paul McCall, Jr., class of 1965. Here. Kurt Allen Muston, class of 1965. Here. Ballinger Brian Moore, Jr., class of 1966. Here. Richmond Oliver Bennett III, class of 1967. Here. Luis Manuel Hernandez, Jr., class of 1967. Here. Homer Guy McLean, Jr., class of 1967. Here. Dr. Gerald Max Smith, class of 1967. Here. Dr. Morris Shepard Wilkins, Jr., class of 1967. Here. Charles C. Atchley, Jr., class of 1968. Here. Dennis Stephen Bailey, class of 1968. Dr. Thomas Corwin Herndon III, class of 1969. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Edward Molick, class of 1969. Stephen Bassist Wolf, class of 1969. Leo Rufus Spaeth, Jr., class of 1970. Dr. William Homer Cox, Jr., class of 1971. Dr. John Dennis Mahaffey, class of 1972. Herschel Barham Fulmer II, class of 1975. Tommy Lee Pettiott, class of 1975. Thomas Patrick Brindell, class of 1976. Jerry Carlton Jacques, class of 1976. James Patrick Kerr, class of 1978. Richard Jose Schlabach, class of 1978. Richard G. Berthelsen, class of 1979. Paul Michael Mike Novotny, class of 1979. Dr. William David Bill Stavinoa, class of 1979. Jerry Glenn Hughes, Jr., class of 1982. Vanita McKellen Allen, class of 1982. Dr. Bobby Jack Phipps, class of 1982. Gay Stephen Capps, class of 1983. Vicente Fuentes, class of 1983. Bruce Rector Martin III, class of 1985. Philip Charles Rogers, Jr., class of 1985. Alfred Barrow Nuevo, class of 1986. Robert Francis Finkeldy, class of 1986. Chester Stevenson Guidry, class of 1986. Roger Doyle Hostenbach, Jr., class of 1988. Douglas Andrew Bauman, class of 1989. Brady Sullivan McCrory, class of 1989. Charles David Marshall, Jr., class of 1990. Stephanie Leanne Sealk, class of 1991. Jose Manuel Balina, class of 1992. Joanne Becerra, class of 1992. Douglas Jean Bramlett, class of 1992. Ismaro Cardenas, class of 1992. Christian R. Carlson, class of 1992. Linda Diane Chapman, class of 1992. Stacy Lynn Corluccio Powers, class of 1992. Daniel DiLieto, Jr., class of 1992. Ara LaShawn Duke, class of 1992. Aldo Martin Renteria, class of 1992. Christina Marie Fawkes, class of 1998. Mika Ayers, class of 2003. Christopher Donald Burton, class of 2011. Linda Cadman Matthews, class of 2013. Megan Avery Callahan Krykar, class of 2025. Chelsea Elizabeth Orozco, class of 2026. Brianna Marie Aguilera, class of 2028. Dr. Scott Finlayson. Leonard Allen Josephson, class of 1962. Harry L. McMenemy, class of 1962. Frederick C. Michaud, class of 1970. K. Stephen Capps, class of 1983. Roger Doyle Hostenbach, class of 1988. Ismaro Cardenas, Jr., class of 1992.
In Memoriam by Lieutenant Colonel David Harrigan, class of 1968. We stood a little taller and a little prouder then when we heard the call of muster and the roll call just begin. We stood there all together and wiped away the tears when our names were called out softly and answered with a "here." And so we've joined together with our brothers of the past to make our final resting place at Aggieland our last. We take a toast to our brotherhood wherever they may roam. For us, the trek is over. Aggieland, we're coming home.
My fellow Aggies, the 2026 Worldwide Muster Roll Call is now complete. On behalf of the Association of Former Students and the Worldwide Aggie Network, thank you for sharing this precious time with us today. We close this Worldwide Aggie Muster with a salute. We salute Texas A&M, the unique American institution that shaped each of us into the people we have become and that still shapes us today. We salute the countless Texas Aggies who gave so selflessly of their time today by volunteering to plan and host hundreds of musters around the world. And we salute each and every one of the 2,749 Aggies we have lost in the past year. To the friends and family members of the Aggies whose names we called and for whom we proudly answered here, we mark them forever present in our hearts on this Aggie Muster Day. The Worldwide Aggie Muster is dismissed until April 21st, 2027. Until then, I charge you each to remain firm in your loyalty to humanity and to your country, and to keep warm in your hearts your affection for one another and our beloved alma mater. May good fortune smile upon us until we meet again some other day. And until we do, may all of our lives be filled with the spirit of Aggieland.
Some may boast of prowess bold, of the school they think so grand. But there's a spirit can never be told, it's the spirit of Aggieland. We are the Aggies are we, true to each other as Aggies can be. We got to fight, boys, we got to fight. We've got to fight for maroon and white. After they boosted all the rest, then they will come and join the best. For we are the Aggies are we. We are from Texas